am. Yes, I do have a second channel. I need to start doing stuff on my second channel. I forgot about that. I always forget I have it. I created it because I wanted to do a couple years ago. I was thinking like, let me do a channel where it's just strictly all live streams. And to have like it would be like a more lenient, not lenient, but more freedom, like where I would just stick to, like, it would just be like anything. Like I didn't have to always talk about true crime. It would, you know what I'm saying? How people have like second channels to do other stuff. I don't know, but I did do a few videos on it, but I should do more. I haven't done one in a while. I've been thinking about actually doing videos on it. But anyway, hey guys, sorry, I was just reading your message when I came in. So we are going to go over some of those Kohberger files. I couldn't help myself, guys. I started off, remember I was going to take the day off. I started off just relaxing, watching fun YouTube, just not, when I say fun YouTube that's not true crime or not pertaining to work. And just kind of, I went on my walk and just hanging out with Zeke. And then this is what always happens. And it starts after dinner and I'm like, get antsy. I'm like, I gotta go up and look at I gotta go see what those files say. So I come up and I'm reading through them. I'm like, oh my God, okay, I have to, like I said yesterday, like I have to go live and talk to, like read these to everybody and have somebody to talk to about them. So I couldn't help myself. I just can't, especially when there's a lot of like stuff coming out. So here I am. So what I did was there was a chunk of more files that came out today too. So I still have all those ones from yesterday. But I'm going to actually go through the ones that came out today. I'm pretty sure because I don't think they were there yesterday. So I think they just came out today. This chunk of them. So I went through that whole chunk. I'm saying a chunk because they're coming out in like sections. So I went through that whole thing and I picked out the interesting ones, because there's some that just like, oh, we got a warrant and there's not really any information. So I picked out all the interesting ones. So I think I'll be able to get through all of the chunk of them. So very interesting. Okay. So they're not going to be any particular order. I mean, I don't see, here's the thing. There's a lot of repeats, but it's almost worth reading a lot of the ones that go over like different, like for instance, like different officers going on scene or whatever. So sometimes it's worth reading all those because there's actually something like a new thing in each thing, like because it's their perception. So they might add something that the other one didn't add. So that's why if you're wondering why when I read them, if I'm going to read through the thing. Thought my mom was okay, guys. So let's just start. Like I said, it's going to be no particular order. Hey, Cicely. Hey, Kim, L, K, and B. Member for 6 months. Marnie. All right. Hey, Liz. Casey. All right, let me share my screen. Let's get right into it because we got a lot to go over. So they do have the autopsy. Well, they have, I'll show you. They do, they have like a, well, I'll just show you when I get there, but it shows like what each of them has. Like, it's so confusing because, not confusing, but I don't understand why Kaylee's injuries are different than the rest. So when we go through it, we could talk about it, but it makes me think, was she the target or was she putting up a fight and he had to, like was having more trouble and like just was more desperate and took something, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. Or was she the first one he got to it? And since there was 2 of them, he needed to get her down, whatever. But so they did, you know what I'm saying? So they both weren't coming at him or something. I don't know, but it almost seems like she might have been the target, guys. All right. So let's start with just 62. Like I said, there's not going to be any particular order. The autopsy stuff will be 1, 2, 3, 4, like 6 in, but these aren't really long documents. I don't want to start off with that because just kind of ease our way into this because it's crazy. I mean, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking she probably put up a fight, or do you think, it could be that he went in there expecting just Maddie? Okay. And he sees both of them and he has to act quick. So he has to maybe like make sure one of them is down before the other one has time to, wake up or whatever. So maybe he takes something and does something to her to make sure she can't, she's down quick or whatever, not getting back up before Maddie like gets up and tries or something. I don't know. Or was he just attacking him and she was really fighting back and giving him a hard time and he, you know what I'm saying, in the moment had to do more to her to get her whatever. I don't know. I'm trying to think of the best way to word this without sounding like insensitive or um yeah, so it could be either or, like either she was the target or and I know why people think Maddie was the target because it was in Maddie's room, but or like I said, he was surprised they were both there, or she put up the fight. Like Maddie, like Kaylee's sister said she would have kicked her, maybe she was a fighter or something. I don't know, but it's bad. Okay. Yeah, right, Kim. We won't ever know. But like, I mean, I get why unless if so I okay, so the people I think maybe a lot of people are thinking Maddie because they went to her room, but what if he went to Kaylee's room first and seen she wasn't there, so that's why he went into Maddie's room. You know what I'm saying? So we don't know that he didn't try to go to Kaylee's room before he went to Maddie's, do we? Um, all right. We're gonna just start with this one. Like I said, no particular order. There, and I like I said, I already kind of skimmed through them and try to pick out ones that would be interesting to read. All right, so we have so this is on December 7th, 2022. So this would have been like almost a month after the murders. So that was remember it was November 13th that all happened. At approximately 10 a.m., I was assisting with the packing and moving of personal belongings out of the residence at 1122 King Street. Captain Barrett and I were in the process of packing items from Kaylee's room on the third floor. Inside the closet, I was removing items from a black plastic 3-drawer organizer. In the bottom of the drawer, I located a Kodak Power Flash disposable camera, um, and a GoPro camera in a small black zipper pouch. I was unaware if these items had been located during any of the previous searches of the residence, so I took a custody of them all until I could learn that information. I advised Captain of the items and showed them to him. After completing the packing and moving of personal belongings, I brought the GoPro and the Kodak camera back to the police department. Prior to leaving the residence, I also took possession of the keys to all the vehicles belonging to the deceased. Once back at the police department, I locked the items into temporary storage locker. And then they later contacted the investigative team and learned that the memory card from the GoPro was seized during previous search of the residence. So the camera itself was no evidentiary value. I was told the Kodak disposable camera should be booked into evidence. So they met with the coordinator and they booked it into evidence. They took the vehicle keys and the GoPro camera to the city shop where the rest of the personal belongings of 1122 were being stored. Okay, so that's I mean, that wasn't that interesting, but I just thought and then it's really interesting how many they ask a lot of the witnesses about, "Hey, the drugs and the mafia, it's gonna give fuel to this stuff." But I think maybe some of the reasons why they were really, they were that was in their head is because of people thinking that, probably calling in tips, right? And saying that. So, I mean, there is some stuff I was kinda surprised. But besides like the what happened, like the murders, but like their investigative techniques or like what they were asking and stuff. And okay, so 12/7 at about 9:45 a.m. on the same day, I met with MPB on December 7th, I mean. Met with a command staff member at the 112 King Road to package and remove personal items of the victims. The captain and I packed the belongings of Kaylee's room. I worked along with the north and west sides of the room. While I was packaging items, I noticed $125 in cash on the dresser. $100 bill, one $10 bill, two $5 bills, and five $1 bills. Captain and I both counted the money, and I put it in the small clutch. I placed the clutch in one of the boxes and marked the box that it had cash in it. Captain and I both initiated the box. After all the personal items that were recoverable were packaged, we moved them to the U-Haul van and transported them to the Moscow City shop. At the shop, we unloaded the packages in a secure building. So Hold on, you know what I forgot? I want to move. When I was listening to a playback, hold on, I just want to adjust my camera or my mic real quick. Okay. 1 second. Orientation. Wow, everything is all weird. Okay, I was just looking up. Okay. Anyway, all right. So now we're. So this is watch guard. They have their. It says the fingerprint lift, a foot cast, cell phone, laptop, knife sheath, white blanket, blue phone, vape pen, fingerprint lift, steak knife, blood swabs, disposable camera, laptop, latex gloves, laptop, iPad, bedding, packaging, and game bags. So at approximately 1600 hours on, so this is the day of the murder. Um, that's 4, right? 4, yeah. 4 o'clock p.m. on 11/13/2022, Sergeant Blaker and I responded to 1122 King Road to assist with the scene security processing. Upon our arrival, the ISP forensic team was on scene and was preparing to begin processing the scene. Officer Smith, one of the initial responding officers to the incident, advised he would walk me through the scene. Officer Smith and I entered 1122 through the bottom floor door on the north side of the building. Upon entering, I observed a small bedroom on the west side of the bottom floor. The door was ajar, and I could see a bed with covers and several other miscellaneous personal items strewn about. The room did not appear to have been occupied by anyone, as I did not see any clothes inside. Um, that was the one that, because remember, the bottom floor had Bethany and then an empty room. So that's he must have been in the empty room. Okay. Where are we at? I followed Officer Smith down the hall where there was a small bathroom. Next to the small bathroom to the east was what I later learned was a utility closet. This closet had a pin code style lock and was secured. I looked into the bedroom on the east end of the bottom floor, which I later learned belonged to Bethany. The room had normal clothes and personal items about, but otherwise did not seem out of the ordinary. Officer Smith and I then walked upstairs to the second floor. The stairs ended in a small living room. There was a sectional style couch along the east and south wall of the room. There was also a small TV and a void on the northeast corner of the room. I also saw a black backpack on the floor just east of the top of the stairs. Officer Smith then directed me down the hallway to the west bedroom on the second floor, which I later learned was Xana Coronel's room. Just before this room, there was a bathroom door on the south side wall of the hallway. As I approached the room, I could see a body, later identified as Coronel's, laying on the floor. I'm just gonna say Xana. I don't why I for some reason when they use the last names, I sometimes I always like, why don't they just use the first names? I might get it because the last name's more specific, but I'm just gonna say Xana. I'm calling her Xana. I don't know. Xana was laying on her back with her feet facing the east and her head was facing west. Xana had thong type underwear on in a gray sweatshirt. There was a large amount of blood on the floor around Xana as well. I could see numerous wounds on Xana's arms. So on her arms, hands, and face, which appeared to have been caused by an edged weapon. Just next to Xana on the west wall was a small white nightstand, which appeared to have been moved as it was pushed against the wall at an odd angle. I'm sure during the altercation, it probably got me. There was blood on this nightstand in various locations. The bed in Xana's room was situated on the south wall of the bedroom, with the head of the bed appearing to be towards the west wall. I could see a male, later identified as Ethan Chapin, laying on his back in the bed with some type of blanket pulled over his midsection. Chapin's body was at an angle on the bed so that his head was up against the south wall and his feet were hanging off the bed on the north side. Um, I could not clearly see the wounds to Chapin's head and neck area, but I could see a very large amount of blood on the bed, as well as what appeared to be blood spatter on the wall next to Ethan's head and neck. I also noticed 2 large cuts to the back of Ethan's legs. The wounds appeared to be deep into the tissue, but were difficult to see due to Ethan's body position. Officer Smith then took me through the house and pointed out. Let me do a trigger warning, you guys. I mean, this whole video should be trigger warning because this crime was horrific, more horrific now learning about it than I could even have imagined. I'm going to take a sip of this real quick. Okay. So, Officer Smith took me through the house and pointed out Dylan's bedroom, which was situated on the southeast side of the second floor of the house. Maddie's bedroom door. Oh, he's calling her last name. That's why it has an M. Okay. Because they usually say their whole name and then they call them by their last name. Sorry. So, Dylan's bedroom door opened to the kitchen area as well as the staircase, which led to the third floor of the house. Upon my brief visual inspection, Dylan's room was disheveled but did not appear to have any blood or evidence of a struggle within. Now, everybody here is familiar with the house layout, right? Because hopefully you are, so you'll be able to visualize all this. I mean, I've went over it, and other creators have went over the setup, so I think most people probably are familiar how it's set up. Because her. Are you or not? I don't know if I have a quick reference that I could show you where it's at. I do, but I don't know where at real quick. Okay. So I then followed Officer Smith upstairs to the third floor of the residence. The third floor consisted of 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. The bedroom on the west side of the floor was later determined to be Kaylee's room. This room appeared neat and picked up. The only thing of note was the sheets on the bed were pulled back in a manner which suggested someone had been laying in the bed and then gotten out of it. Officer Smith then pointed out a small bathroom on the east side of the third floor. This bathroom shared a wall with Maddie's bedroom, which was situated on the southeast corner of the third floor. As I entered this bedroom, I could see 2 females in the single bed in the room. The bed was situated along the north wall of the bedroom, and both females, later identified as Mogan and Gonzalez, were laying on their backs with their heads towards the east and their feet towards the west, which was also the direction of the only door into the room. Both Kaylee and Maddie had numerous visible stab wounds and were covered in a significant amount of blood. I also later noticed what appeared to be a tan leather knife sheath laying on the bed next to Maddie's right side, which when viewed from the door, so right side when viewed from the door, so it would be like, okay, yeah. I'm trying to remember. Well, I'm sure they're going to explain it. Okay. I remained in the room for a moment and then proceeded back outside. I remained on the scene and conducted several more thorough walkthroughs of the scene with the ISP forensic team, the Latah County coroner, and the Latah County prosecutor. Upon receipt of the search warrant prepared by Officer Nunez, the ISP forensic team, led by Detective Sergeant Darren Gilbertson, processed the scene and collected an initial 56 pieces of evidence. The ISP team turned these items over to me that evening, and I transported them to the MPD temporary evidence storage. On the morning of 11/14/22, I booked the items into the evidence with the help of evidence custodian. Okay. So then we have vehicle test runs and glove collection, watch guard number, additional responding officer. So evidence item 266, glove. Narrative. At approximately 1700 hours on 11/24/22, I took the MPD school car, a silver Ford Fusion, and drove the route of the suspect vehicle. I drove 2 separate routes in front of the camera located at Blank Ridge Road. Once westbound on the Louder Avenue and then twice on Ridge Road, southbound and northbound. I advised the command post of the times of these runs and requested the video from the point of contact at Ridge Road in order to compare the color of the test vehicle to that of the suspect vehicle. Once I completed these runs, I drove to 1122 King Road and walked the route. MM. So Maddie state or wait, MM. MM. Who would MM be? Hold on. That'd be Maddie Mogan, but what? Okay, no. So I drove to 1122 King Road and walked the route that MM stated she took while on foot near the house on 11/13/22. I also parked the MPD school car on Queen Road immediately to the east of 1122 King Road in order to observe the effects of the orange tinted street lights located in the area. The lights appeared to make the silver vehicle look tanner in color than it would under the white street lights. I also walked down and spoke to OFC Tesdal, who was providing scene security at this time. I spoke to officer for a moment and then began to walk back to my patrol vehicle. As I did so, I noticed a black glove laying in the parking lot, approximately 25 feet from the front door. The glove was laying palm up and appeared to have been laying in the spot for a couple of days, as it did not have any snow on it. I nudged the glove with the toe of my boot and found it was frozen to the ground. Oh, that's right. I forgot. Thank you. You guys might be able to help me with some initials that I wasn't sure. I was starting to when I was going through these and getting ready for my live, I was going through old videos of mine to try to remember people's names that I like some of the random people that weren't big names in it that we were going through to try to remember so then when I came to initials I get them. But I'm going to need help on some of them. Um Thank you. That probably is because it says yeah, because she would have stated she took while on foot near the house. So when she delivered the food, is that what they're saying maybe? Okay. Um so they noticed a black glove, it was frozen, palm up. So they appear to have been laying in the spot for a couple of days as it did not have any snow on it. I nudged the glove with the toe and it was frozen to the ground. I asked Officer Tesdal for rubber gloves and his flashlight. Upon further examination, there appeared to be a dark fluid like substance on the glove. This substance color and consistency was consistent with dried blood. Officer Tesdal provided me with an evidence bag and I collected the glove as evidence. The glove is a Polar Penguin brand glove with a rubberized palm and fingers. This type of glove is often used for concrete work. I brought the glove back to MPD and booked it into MPD evidence for submission to the state lab. The videos of the vehicle test runs were later collected and added to the FBI files. Okay. And then, so this is on November 13th, 2022. I was directed to interview potential witnesses in regards to the incident at 1122. The interviews were conducted at the Moscow Police Department. Interview 1. This would be Dylan. On 11/13, Dylan was interviewed in regard to the homicide investigation at 1122 King Road. Dylan said she was a resident of the house where the incident occurred. Dylan said she was at a blank party at around 10:30 hours on 11/2/2022, where she was drinking. Dylan said she went to blank's house. Dylan said she believed she arrived home between 12:30 a.m. to 1 a.m. on 11/13. Dylan said she thought Bethany arrived home at around 20 minutes after she arrived. Dylan said she believed Maddie and Kaylee arrived home at around 1:30 to 2 a.m. Dylan said about up to this, nothing weird had happened during the night. Dylan said she and her friend Elle came home, followed by Bethany from somewhere. Dylan said Elle lived at the blank house and oh, so I guess this isn't Bethany. B isn't Bethany. So I don't know who this B is, but so she was followed by B. Okay. I don't think because it says she lived at the blank house and B was her roommate at the residence. Unless if they're talking about previous. Maybe she used to be a roommate. Maybe that's what they mean. I don't know. Dylan said when Maddie and Morgan and Kaylee came home from the corner club at the same time, everyone went to bed. Dylan was asked about the layout of her house. Dylan said Kaylee's room was directly above her room. Dylan said that she lived on the second floor and Kaylee lived on the third floor. Dylan said Kaylee and Maddie both lived upstairs on the third floor in separate rooms. Dylan said Xana lived closest to the bathroom on the second floor and Bethany lived on the first floor. So yeah, it's Bethany. So they're saying that the L is Bethany's old. They used to be roommates. Okay. Whoever L is, I don't know. Do you guys know who that is? Okay. So when I asked about Murphy, Dylan said it was a dog owned in common between Kaylee and her ex-boyfriend, Jack. That was his name, right, Jack? Dylan said there were no apparent issues between Kaylee and Jack. Dylan said Maddie and her boyfriend named, I think Maddie's boyfriend's name was Jack too, wasn't it? Or Jake. Wait, one was Jake and one was Jack, right? It don't matter. I mean, I don't need another, but yeah. So Maddie's boyfriend, Jay, who was in Boise, at the time of the incident. Dylan indicated Xana was dating Ethan, who was in the room with her at the time of the incident. Dylan did not know of anyone who would want to hurt Ethan when she was asked. Dylan was asked if she saw any cars in the area that should not be there. Dylan said, no, I was not really looking at that. Dylan said she woke up at around 4 a.m. on 11/13, where she could hear Kaylee and Murphy, the dog, dancing. Dylan said she knew it was Kaylee because she recognized her voice and could hear Murphy barking. Dylan said she heard Kaylee go upstairs and say, there's someone here. Dylan said, I thought she heard Kaylee run back downstairs. Dylan said Kaylee sounded scared when she made this statement. Um, huh. See, that confuses me because I was thinking they had that when they said Kaylee, that it was when they mixed it up and it was Xana that ran upstairs and then ran back down to her room. But what if we got this all wrong? It might come out in these documents. But what if Kaylee was awake and she ran upstairs and she was awake walking around and that's why she did put up a fight? I don't know. I'm picturing though from everything so far, it was they were sleeping. He attacked him. Xana ran up, startled him. He probably dropped the sheath because Xana chased her back down and then went in and killed Xana and Ethan. That's what I was thinking. But let's see here. So it says Dylan said Keely sounded scared when she made this statement. Dylan said that at this time she jumped up and locked the door because she did not know what else to do. So she said, there's someone here. She runs upstairs. Yeah, she's got to get that mixed up. I bet you that was Xana. I don't know. I'm trying to picture like if she did run, then unless if anyway. So she locked her door, and Dylan said she called out Kaylee's name and did not indicate if she got a response. Dylan said she then tried to call Kaylee, Xana, and Maddie on their phones. Dylan asked if she saw anyone come downstairs. She was asked if she saw anyone come downstairs or heard anything. Dylan said, no, I don't even know how they got in. We're usually pretty good about locking doors and never had problems before. It was just really random. When I asked again about the series of events, Dylan said she opened the door when she cried out to Kaylee, then closed the door because she was scared. Dylan said she then opened the door again and heard who she thought was Kaylee, but could have been Xana crying in the bathroom. It's crazy. Dylan said she then heard a man's voice say, it's okay, I'm going to help you. Dylan said it was weird because the statement was not in a nice way, and the voice was one she had never heard before. Ugh, wow. Dylan said she called out to Kaylee again and there was no crying after, and she did not know what happened after that. Dylan said she opened the door again and the guy is right there. Dylan described the male as approximately her height, 5'10", or a few inches taller, not skinny, but athletic build. Dylan said she said the suspect was wearing all black with masks that cover just his forehead and goes around his face. Dylan showed with her hands the mask exposed his nose but covered the mouth area. Dylan said she believed that the suspect was white but did not remember eyebrow color or what his eyes looked like. Dylan said when she saw the suspect, he saw her and just left. So now she's saying he saw her? Huh. Dylan said she believed he was holding something near his stomach or belt line. Dylan used both hands to point straight out from her abdomen. Huh. Dylan then moved her hands apart and back together to simulate a bulge. Huh. Dylan said this area was black in color and she thought now maybe it was a gun. Dylan said the unknown object had an arrow shape. Arrow. What does she mean, arrow? Like, does she mean like a bow and arrow shape, do you think? Huh. Dylan seemed really unsure and said she was tired during the event. Dylan was asked how long she believed it was from the time Kaylee said someone is here to when she saw the suspect. Dylan said she thought it was about 10 or 20 minutes. Ah, so maybe it really was Kaylee that said someone's here. Because I was under the impression when we only got bits and pieces of this interview that it was just a couple minutes. So I was like, it has to be Xana. But dude, maybe that's why. Maybe it was Kaylee. She was up, ran upstairs. Someone's here. So she's standing up. And maybe that's why she was up fight. You know what I'm saying? So when he attacked her, she was up fighting back a little bit. Wow. But where was he? When she runs upstairs and someone's here, where, like, wonder where he would have been. I'm wondering if she went upstairs and saw that somebody was there and be like, someone's there, or she saw somebody downstairs and ran up, someone's here. Or did she run upstairs and could tell someone's in her bedroom or something? And she ran a you know what I'm saying? Like ran upstairs, seen somebody was in her bedroom, like the door was open, went into Maddie's. Oh my God, someone's here. I don't know, guys. I'm more confused now about that. Um, okay, so says about 10 or 20 minutes. Dylan went on to say she was in and out of it, and she did not fully remember the incident. Dylan was asked where the suspect was at in the residence when Dylan saw him. Dylan said the suspect was between her bedroom door and the kitchen. That's like right there. You guys know the setup. Like that would be like right there. Wow. Well, we know he walked past her though. So I guess he had to basically walk past the door, like, cause the door is like right, and then he would go out the kitchen. So yeah. Um, okay, where are we at? Dylan said she remembered watching the suspect go out the kitchen door and leave. Dylan said at this time she closed her door and locked it as fast as she could. Dylan said the suspect did not walk toward her or say anything. Dylan said once the suspect left, she immediately called Bethany. Um, Dylan said Bethany informed her that she heard a sound that sounded like a firework. Dylan then said she told Bethany. She called everyone and they're not answering. Dylan said she was in and out of it and believed everyone was just asleep. Dylan said she then went to Bethany's room, locked the door, and went to bed. Dylan said she woke up at around 11 or 12 hours and called her roommates and no one answered. Dylan said she called H and H came to the residence. Oh, Hunter, I'm sure Hunter came to the residence, went upstairs and told Dylan they needed to call law enforcement immediately. Dylan was asked if there was anything else she wanted to share. Dylan said The noise Bethany described the noise as a loud boom, but Dylan did not hear it. Dylan was asked if any of her roommates shared any weird experiences in the last couple weeks or calls or texts. Dylan said no. It's been all normal. Nothing weird at all. Nothing really weird happens in Moscow usually. When asked if there were any altercations at the blank party, Dylan said no, everything was normal. Dylan mentioned again she was with Dylan and Xana at the party. I don't know, she was with herself or was that so she was with Dylan or she was with I don't know, somebody and Xana at the party, probably Ethan. Dylan was asked if anyone was having sexual relations with anyone they shouldn't be, and Dylan said no. Dylan brought up an incident which occurred about a month prior. Dylan said she and Bethany remembered Kaylee saw a shadow while she was taking Murphy outside. Dylan said Kaylee also mentioned when she was at blank 2 or 3 weeks prior, an individual was following her. We remember hearing about that a while ago. Her parents. Remember? I think her parents were the one that told us that. Dylan also said she arrived home one time and the door to the residence at 1122 King Road was found open. Dylan said she did not believe the slider door was locked the night of 11/12/22. Dylan said she hears Murphy barking a lot around 4 a.m. Or she heard Murphy barking a lot around 4 a.m. on 11/13/22 when Kaylee went upstairs. Dylan said she heard Murphy go outside barking as well. Dylan was unsure if Murphy would chase a suspect outside. But then how would Murphy get back inside if he did chase him, unless if the door was left open? What? Dylan said she don't remember if the suspect who ran left the slider door open. But didn't you see the next maybe the dog did chase him and that's I wow, this is weird. Let me take a sip of this. Yes, Colleen, because they said the bed looked like somebody was laying in it and got out real quick. Yes, good call. That might be it. That actually makes the most sense because of like they were saying like it looked like somebody got out real quick of her like in Kaylee's room. That would make the most sense out of all of it. Wow. You know what I'm thinking also? I bet you Kaylee didn't run downstairs. I bet you Kaylee went upstairs or she was in her room. Somebody's here. She heard her say that. I bet you what happened is she was putting up a fight. Like this makes sense. Theory from going off yours, Colleen, walks in, sees him attacking Maddie, tries to fight him, right? So maybe what Dylan heard was all the commotion upstairs, like the pound, and it sounded like that she was running back downstairs because maybe she heard like thump, you know what I'm saying? So maybe Kaylee didn't run back. Kaylee didn't even run downstairs. It was just her fighting and you could hear like you know what I'm saying when you hear like through the ceiling and the walls it could have sounded like she ran downstairs. That might be it actually because that's the part that's not making sense of her running back downstairs because that doesn't line up with what would happen. So maybe just hearing the fight upstairs sounded like she was running back downstairs. Huh. So then that makes me wonder, did Xana even go upstairs? Maybe she didn't. And maybe the reason that rumor got started is because of one of the, interviews saying, like, about, hearing somebody go up and down the stairs thinking it was Xana, like, we just thought it was, but now getting the whole picture, trying to brainstorm, it could just be that. Maybe Xana never actually did go upstairs. I don't know, who knows? Okay, let's continue. Interview 2, okay? Um, Yeah, you mean Kaylee tried to protect Maddie? Yeah, now I'm thinking she was in her room and she walked in on him attacking her and she tried to get him off of her. I'm thinking, yeah, and he could have took something from, I mean, in that, I'm going by movies where like if they have like a murder weapon, but then somebody comes in and like tries to get him off, they'll just pick up anything and try to get him. You know what I'm saying? So that might be it, Colleen. Yeah, I think you might be onto something there. Okay, so interview two. So that'd be Hunter, said around 12 on 11/13/2022. So that'd be noon. Dylan called E, which is Hunter's girlfriend. I forget what her first name is. I've seen her interviews too, but I can't think. But she called them two, Hunter and his girlfriend. Okay. Dylan told E she thought something was not right in her house. Dylan also told E she heard or saw a man in her house the night prior. Dylan asked E and Hunter to come over and make sure everything was okay because she locked herself in Bethany's room. And Hunter said he was the first person to get to the residence. Hunter said he entered the code to the front door where Bethany and Dylan were in Bethany's room on the first floor. Dylan and Bethany were telling Hunter they did not know what was going on. Hunter said he went upstairs and immediately went to Xana's room. Hunter said this was the only room he went into. Hunter said when he approached the door, it was only partially open. Wait, it was only partial. Okay. Hunter said when he opened it, he saw Xana and Ethan. Hunter said he initially did not recognize all the blood was He did not realize all the blood was dried blood in the room. Hunter said he thought at first they had been drunk and left a mess. Hunter said when he stood there for a moment, he began to realize what he was seeing. Wow, I get that. I get that. He's probably first like not because I mean your brain doesn't go there first. So I could totally get like him just being like, okay, oh, they're just drunk. And then like it like slowly like looking and absorbing, like, oh my God, what am I seeing right now? Wow. These kids are gonna have a tough time. This is gonna be like something they're gonna struggle with. This is crazy. Anyway, he stood there for a moment. He began to realize what he was seeing. Hunter said Bethany and Dylan were uncontrollably crying. Hunter said he told them to get out of the house and call law enforcement. Wow. Hunter said he then went into the kitchen and grabbed a knife from the drawer. And Hunter said he then went into the room and checked the closet to make sure there was not anyone else in the room. Hunter said he checked for a pulse on both Xana and Ethan. Hunter said both of the bodies had rigor mortis and were cold with no breath or pulse. Hunter said he believed that the two had been deceased for a while. Hunter said that he believed he left the knife on the folding table in the living room. Yeah. Hunter said E and J and L started to enter the house and come up to the stairs or up the stairs. Hunter told them to get out of the residence. Hunter said that this was about the time Moscow police arrived on scene. Hunter said that the officer told him to stay where he was at. Hunter said he did not know if anyone else was upstairs as he had not gone anywhere else in the house. Hunter said he had trouble comprehending what he was seeing. Hunter said he was not at the blank party that night prior. Hunter said he and Ethan were texting the night prior by phone. Hunter said Ethan wanted him to come over, but Hunter chose not to. Hunter said that he knew Ethan since fall of 2021. Hunter said he was in blank and Ethan was a member of blank. Hunter indicated J and E were in the same sorority and were roommates. Sorry. Hunter said L, who was also present in the fraternity, blank, and was currently dating J. Hunter said he and L stayed at J's apartment with E and J. Sorry, can't think of all their names. It's been a while since when I first covered it, I was more familiar with all the students' names, but then I don't know. Anyway, E and J. And then the night of 11/20 11:12 was asked when was the last time he was at 1122. Hunter indicated he was at the last at the residence on 11:12 where he was pre-gaming for the Vandals football game. Hunter said he got to the residence at around 12 out, like around noon or 1 o'clock, and left at about 2:30 to go to a different party. Hunter said the last time Ethan was at, or last time that's not Ethan, was at 1122 King Road was Friday at 11:22. Or was it? No, that's somebody else. Um, Hunter did not know of anyone who had issues with, oh, I guess it is that is Ethan, with Ethan and Xana dating. But see, this is somebody different because this says indicated J and E were in the same sorority. So that's why it's like this E has to be a girl. It's confusing. And it looks about the same size almost, but this one is Ethan, I guess. But yeah, so um did not know anyone who had issues with Ethan and Xana dating. Hunter estimated Ethan and Xana were dating for about 8 months. Hunter said he knew Xana very well through his girlfriend, E. Hunter said he was not very familiar with Maddie or Kaylee. Huh. Um, Hunter allowed pictures to be taken of his phone of the conversations between him and Ethan. Now we got interview 3, which is of JM. Which one's that? Hold on. JM. I don't know. I can't think. Help me out. Does anybody know who that one is? Jay said Jay, oh, it says she. Jay said she texted Bethany at 11:22 or 11:20 hours on the morning of 11:13. And she asked Bethany if she was awake. Jay said Bethany called her back at 11:49 hours. Bethany told Jay she and Dylan were in the bedroom. And Jay said Bethany was freaked out because her roommates were not answering the phone. Jay said she heard Dylan on the phone in the background saying, I saw something. Jay said Bethany asked her to come over to 1122 King Road and pick her up. Okay. So Bethany was asking her to pick her up. Jay said Bethany texted her while she was driving there and said, Ethan and or no, E and H or E and Hunter were on the way. So that E stands for Hunter's girlfriend. They were on their way as well. Jay said she arrived. MPD units were arriving as well. So when they arrived, they were all arriving. Okay. Jay said she did not go to the blank party, but went to a different one instead. Jay said Bethany and Dylan came to this other party after she left blank. Jay estimated Dylan left her party at around 12:30 a.m. and Bethany left her party at around 1 a.m. on 11:13. Jay said she was in blank with D, L, and B and Xana. So she was in, I'm sure, the sorority with Dylan, L, and Bethany and Xana. Jay said Xana and Maddie were both in blank but dropped out. Oh, yeah, Maddie. Okay. And Kaylee was in blank but dropped out as well. Jay suspected they girls dropped their respective sororities because of issues with other girls in the house. Jay specifically cited girls on the executive board who tell other members what to do. Okay. Jay suspected this was what they did not like. Jay confirmed she, Elle, and Bethany and Dylan were still active members in blank. Jay said the girls who were still active members of the sorority who chose not to live in the house did so because of money issues. Jay said Maddie was Bethany's big sister in the sorority house. Jay said she knew Kaylee saw a dark figure staring at her from the tree line when she took her dog Murphy out to pee. Jay said this occurred about a month ago at 1122 King Road. Jay said there's been lighthearted talk and jokes made about a stalker in the past. Wow. Stalker. Said that weird, sorry. Jay said all the girls were slightly nervous about it being a fact, though. Jay did not indicate any social media issues or issues between the girls who lived together. Jay said there was no issue with the girls from the blank or sorority in their residence at 1122 King Road. Jay said the front door had issues with locking and sometimes it could be opened without a code. Jay said she did not know the code to the front door. Jay said she was unsure if the residents kept the backsliding door locked regularly. Interview 4 is with LB. Um, Elle said she did not go to the priority. Elle said she went to sleep at 20 hours, was 8 p.m. on 11/12 at Jay's apartment on Taylor Avenue. So she went to sleep on Jay's apartment. Elle said she woke up around 2 or 3, so 2 or 3 a.m. Elle said he, Jay, and E were up talking in the living room of the apartment until about 5 a.m. Elle indicated Hunter was present but not awake during this time. Elle said that they all went to bed at this time and woke up again around what he thought was about 9 a.m. Elle said Hunter and E, that'd be his girlfriend, came into the room where he and Jay were. Elle said Dylan had called E, his girlfriend, around 10 a.m. and sounded scared. Elle said Dylan told E someone had been in their house last night. Elle said Dylan and Bethany ran downstairs and locked themselves in a room. Elle said Dylan informed them that she did this because of her seeing someone in the house, and Dylan could only see his nose and his chin. Elle said Dylan was freaking out and wanted them to come over to 1122 King Road. Elle said he walked with EJ to 1122 King Road from Jay's apartment on Taylor Avenue. Elle said Dylan and Bethany walked out of the house crying. Elle said Hunter arrived to the residence first because he left before them. Elle said he went into the downstairs door and Hunter told him not to come to the stairs, not to come up the stairs. Elle said he did not know Ethan very well. Wow. Elle said he did not recall any talk between Xana and Jay about boy issues. Elle said he did not see anything on social media. Elle recalled an incident from about a month prior where Dylan said there was a guy stalking her. Elle said he did not hear anything from the night prior. My interviews were video recorded, have been uploaded. Okay. That's 42. Hold on one second. I want to. All right. All right. So the next one is a cigarette butt. This is just a quick one. 2 cigarette butts. Watch guard. Item 252 and 253. On 11/21/22, I was asked by Detective Adams with the Idaho State Police to book 2 cigarette butts into evidence that he collected. Detective brought the 2 cigarette butts to the Moscow Police Department evidence room where I watched him place them both into 2 separate ISP envelopes. I sealed the envelopes with evidence tape and signed the tape for both. The chain of custody was filled out on both. They booked the 2 envelopes into the MPD office and for MPD evidence, and requested them to be sent to the state lab. Took photographs of them and blah, blah, blah. Okay. So we got one more, and then this one is the one where they go over. It's not a full autopsy report. They do like it all together, and they just do like a quick thing for each of their injuries. But so that's coming up, guys. It's pretty, just a trigger warning if you guys want to, anybody doesn't want to see that. Okay. So we'll do this one and then, oh, this one's kind of interesting. So on November 21st, 2022, at approximately 11:57 hours, I was asked by Captain Tyson Barrett to follow up on a possible lead in the 1122 King Road homicide case. I was told a Mexican drug dealer with the moniker blank was possibly selling drugs to several fraternities and sororities on the University of Idaho campus. I told Captain Barrett I would contact several of my contacts to see if anyone knew of blank. At approximately 12:04, I began contacting my fellow Quad Cities Drug Task Force detectives Brett Damon, Colby Martin, and Bryson Ease. None of the detectives have heard of a blank selling cocaine in the Quad Cities. At approximately 12:11, I reached out to the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives. Special Agent TJ Wahara out of the Spokane, Washington office reference blank. So whatever that guy's, that Mexican cartel. My eye has really been bothering me the last 2 days. Um, reference that, yeah, the Mexican cartel. SA Sawahara hadn't heard of blank, but said he would reach out to other agencies in the area about him. I also spoke to blank and somebody else redacted approximately 1313 hours and JP at approximately 1725 hours said they never heard of a blank selling cocaine in the area. Blank said he would contact me if he heard anything. I also spoke with Brandon DeMeyer with Benton County Sheriff's Office in Washington at approximately 1625 hours. He hadn't heard of blank, but he said he would contact his local detectives about the name and let me know if what he found out. If anything, I'll be waiting to see information. So I wonder, because a lot of people were saying, people were calling in tips and anybody on true crime watching it calling in tips and you know what I'm saying, their theories. So I'm guessing probably somebody tried to like call that in, and so they got to look into all that stuff, right? I don't know, because I don't know if it's coming from any like legit like knowledge or just like, okay, somebody said this, let's check. Is I mean, so far, for what I read so far, I haven't read all the documents. There, nothing came of it. They didn't. Nobody knew, even heard of the person. So I don't know. But it just, I feel like a lot of this is going to be fuel for some of these people. But hopefully, we got the guy, guys. He's evil, Bryan. I love it because Ashley Banfield I watched her video and they have his, oh, you guys, that's his mugshot that I have on my thumbnail. That's his new mugshot because he was transferred. Um, he, the one on the left side of my thumbnail. So he has his number, his jail number, prison inmate number. And so she puts it up and she's like, that's how we're going to refer to him now. He's what, 6802 or whatever the number is. I love it. I love it. Evil piece of crap. I hate him so much. Okay. All right. So this is trigger warning. This is where they go over their injuries. Okay. So Spokane County Medical Examiner autopsies. On November 16th, 2022, at approximately 7:45 a.m., Latah County Coroner Kathy Mabit, did I say that right? Mabit, right? Um, and I attended the 4 autopsies for Xana, Ethan, Madison, and Kaylee. Okay. The 4 autopsies were all performed by Dr. VS, so they even redacted that person's name. Why? I don't know why they'd redact a doctor. What? Huh. Gary Tolson, a detective with ISP, observed 3 of the autopsies. So he observed Xana's, Maddie's, and Kaylee's. As he arrived after the autopsy for Ethan was performed, oh, so Ethan was the first one they performed. Okay. During the autopsy, the following items of evidence were collected. From Kaylee, they collected hand swabs, writ swabs, forearm swabs, foot swabs, ankle swabs, anal swabs, oral swabs, vaginal swabs, that hair, nail clippings, neck swab, handbags, t-shirt, corner club, nasty and inebriated black. So that's what she was wearing. Pants, Joe Boxer gray, and black flannel. Silver earring, sock, 1, white Adidas, so 1 sock, SD photo card, autopsy photos. All of the above listed items were released to me by KS on 11/16/2022, approximately 1927 hours. Madison, they collected DNA, hands, basically same thing. Forearm, foot, ankle, yeah. And then with the clothes, you have short sleeve shirt, pink, pants, black Vandal Russell brand sweatpants. Um, silver rings, hair tie, black, false eyelashes, SD photo card. And then you have Xana, so all the same swabs, basically. Really, no, I mean, they did kinda some of them did vary 'cause they didn't do a thigh on wonder why they do huh. They did a thigh on her, but they didn't it doesn't look like a thigh on the other one, but anyway, so thigh, all the different ones, okay. Huh, they did do a little there is a little bit difference between, like, the swabs, that's interesting. Anyway, underwear, Calvin Klein, beige, trace evidence, left hand, trace evidence from body bag, and Ethan, you got hand swabs, wrists, forearm swabs, ankle, oral, nail clippings. Oh, so he had necklace, bracelet, socks, Puma brand, 2 of them, and that's it. Huh. Did he just didn't have any clothes on, maybe? Just socks, it looks like? I don't know. All right, so major crime prints. As part of the autopsies, major crime prints were taken from each of the victims. Chapin's prints were taken on 11/16 and released. Coronadals were taken 11/16. Okay, so they took prints from everybody. All right. Hands and feet. What? So for Ethan, they just have feet prints. What? Well, I'm so confused why they varied on some of this. Like, for instance, I think Xana's the only one where they took a thigh swab. Um, they just had a little bit of variance, and that's interesting. So it's showing Ethan feet. All the other ones say hands and feet prints. Huh. At the conclusion of the 4 autopsies, Dr. VS met with Kathy uh, and Gary and myself and told us the following. Okay, so Ethan Chapin's fatal injury was from a stab wound under his left clavicle, which was severed, which severed his subclavian vein and subclavian artery, and also his jugular vein was severed. Ethan only had sharp force injuries. Xana Coronadal's fatal injuries were from 1 laceration in her right lung and 2 lacerations in her heart. Coronado had 50 plus stab wounds, mostly defensive. Xana only had sharp force injuries. Madison's fatal injuries included a left lung laceration and a liver laceration. Madison only had sharp force injuries. Kaylee Gonzalez's fatal injuries included left lung laceration, a liver laceration, 2 subdural bleeds, and a stab behind her clavicle, which cut her subclavian vein and artery. Kaylee had signs of sharp force injuries, asphyxial injuries, and blunt force injuries. Kaylee had 20 plus stab wounds. So Kaylee's is a little bit different. Kaylee's the only one that had blunt force trauma or blunt force injuries. She's the only one that had the asphyxial injuries. So I think she fought. I do. I think she was fighting. She was trying to save Maddie. He went to Maddie first. She caught him and she was trying to get him off of Maddie. That's my theory so far reading this. But thanks to who now I forget who was it the one that brought that up because you helped me figure that out, Colleen. Thank you. Yeah, I think. What do you guys think? Wow. Okay, so anyway, Dr. Soul said the weapon used was not serrated, single-edged, very sharp, and said a lot of force was used by the suspect. Oh, I hate him. I will be uploading Dr. S's final autopsy reports to the case file when they are completed, which they might be somewhere in these files. I'm going to keep going through them. Like tonight, I mean, we're going to just go until I get tired. So I don't know. I haven't got through all of them, obviously. Okay. So on November 16th, At approximately 1955 hours, I drove from Spokane County to the FBI office located at blank. Met with Special Agent Bryan. Several of the clothing items collected during the autopsies were still wet and needed to dry in evidence dryers overnight. I placed the following items in 2 separate dryers. Okay, so the dryer 1, yeah, just her clothes, Kaylee's clothes, Madison's clothes, Sienna's hand and foot bags, and sweatshirt and underwear, and yeah, and Ethan's handbags and socks. So Ethan must have not had any, clothes on when he's probably just laying in bed trying to sleep. I don't know. I can't believe how evil Bryan is. November 17th in the morning, I drove to the FBI office located at blank. Yeah, that's just what returning the stuff. Okay. All right, so let me bring up some more files here. Plenty more to go through. We won't get through all of them yet tonight, but they're going to continue releasing them. So I bet like every day there'll be more. But actually, I think it's doable actually to go through them all with you guys. I'll be able to do it now that I see how they are. We'll get through them all. Not tonight, but I do want to. I think I will go through all of them. Remember, I was debating yesterday, like, well, am I going to go through all of them with you guys? I will. I mean, all the interesting ones. There's some that are, you just skip because they're not interesting. Or they're just like stuff that's not whatever. How do you describe it? Okay. Oh, hold on. Duh, that's not what I want to do. Here's the ones I got to use. Okay, so let me load up some more here. Hold on, I'm just loading them up. I'll load up like a 10 more to read. So we left at 2, so there's 30. 28, 25, 26, 22, 23. We'll try to get through all of these. I think we could do it because there's not a lot of long ones. All right, so let's continue, guys. All right, so now we have narrative. We have on 11/18, I was asked to conduct a follow-up on SB. I was told B was contacted on 11/17. I was asked to watch a video from 1200 hours on 11/12 to 1300 hours on 11/13. So basically from noon that day, because that night, so this is the 13th, but it's 4 a.m. when the murder happened, but noon that previous day up till 1 the next day after the murders. So he was told to ask to watch a video from that to see Blank's movements during the homicide. Does anybody know who this is? Because this is kind of interesting here. I would just like to know, like, so this is SB. On 11/12, B, so that's his last name, whoever it is, he left his dorm room at 12:05. He was wearing a black long sleeve shirt and black sweats. At 12:53 hours, B returned. At 15:03 hours, B left again wearing a black beanie, black gloves, and a white jacket. At 19:48 hours, he returned to the dorm without the beanie, gloves, and jacket, but then left again at 19:52 hours with a backpack. B was gone until 11:13 at 12:25 hours when he returned to the dorm. I reported the information to ISP. Emily, that's her name. That's right. Wait, I sound distant? Fly girl? Do I? Real quick? Hold on. Let me make sure. Hold on a second. Let me make sure if my mic's working. Let me play it. Give me 1 second. Let me play my video. Hold on. Oh, I'm sorry. How long have I been muted? Oh, I muted it when I was freaking gonna check my mic. Gosh. Sorry. Oh, I've been doing good. Seriously, when's the last time that happened? And knock on wood. It's been like a week or something. Look, I know I just lost like 12 people left. I'm sorry. Come back, guys. I'm on. Oh, I've been good though. Gosh, I swear, like 2 weeks I haven't done it. Okay. On 11:15 at 13:48 hours, I spoke with P. Oh, I think it is on the phone. P said she was good friends with Kaylee, but was also friends with Xana and Ethan. P said she was a member of the sorority. Blank. P is currently a junior at the university. P said she was not aware of anyone that Kaylee associated with that had violent tendencies. P said she was not aware of Kaylee being involved in drugs in any way. P said she knew people party with drugs, but doesn't know of Kaylee or any of her other roommates being involved in drugs. P said she did not know if drugs were being sold from their residence. P said she was at a party earlier in the day at a friend's apartment at the Whites. P said at the party, she saw Kaylee, Madison, Xana, and Ethan. P said they were all just hanging out and there were other people there as well. P said that there was nobody of concern at the apartment and everyone present was a familiar person. P said she last saw Kaylee at the grub truck. She said that she arrived after Kaylee and said Kaylee was there with Madison. She said Kaylee's demeanor was good and they struck up a conversation. She said Kaylee seemed really happy and said Kaylee and Madison were laughing.
She said that she didn't have a conversation with Madison, only Kaylee. Said they did not mention what their plans were after the grub truck. He said that Kaylee and Madison seemed a little intoxicated and believed that they came from the grub club or from the club. He said that Kaylee seemed coherent and was not stumbling or slurring her words. P did not know if Kaylee and Madison showed up to the grub truck with anyone. P said she later watched the Twitch video and it appeared someone showed up with Kaylee and Madison, but she did not recognize the individual. She said her friends did not either. Wow. So we know, I'll just call him, I know his name, but I'll just call him Hoodie Guy. Well, what did we call him? Hoodie Guy? P did not see anyone follow them. P mentioned that she saw in the grub truck video someone walking in the same direction. Wow. Huh. P said that she heard that there was someone concerning at the corner club. P said she heard the individual was being creepy towards Madison and was kicked out. P was not aware of any other males that Kaylee spent time with. P said that she knew that Kaylee had an ex-boyfriend that went to UI, but she understood they were on good terms. P said that she knew Madison had a boyfriend that graduated from UI. P did not know his name. P did not know of anyone that Ethan and Deanna hung out with. P said that she wished she had more to share. I thanked P for her time and concluded the interview. All right. Oh, thank you. Oh, KB, 6 months. Lisa, 6 months. Sharon, thank you for joining. New member. Yay, 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 yay. Dude, that's crazy. I dropped like almost 50 people because I was on mute. Dang it. I was doing so good too. I had to freaking check my mic, but I didn't even check it. I need to just like focus. I'm not going to check chat for a while till I take a break. I get too distracted and I do stupid thing like that. Hi, Hussein. Okay, so November 13th, 2022, I was informed of a possible surveillance camera located at King Road. Corporal Ryan Snyder had spoken with one of the residents at this location. So that's that person we were just reading, that PC or PO, whoever it is, who had a camera using the Home Eye Pro app on the porch of their dwelling. Snyder provided me with the username and password. And I asked him if this video was stored on a cloud-based system for me to view, or if that PC, I can't tell if it's a C or O, is that an O, could download a copy of the video. I was provided 32 gigabytes SD card from the camera, but the file format was not recognized by any of the forensic computers and prompted me to format the disk. They informed me that that PO guy could PO could screen capture the video from her phone, and the card was returned to somebody to enable her to assist in the acquisition of the data. On November 17th, I requested the assistant of Officer John to contact O, or that is a C. Cool, I could see it now. I think that's a C. Or, I don't know. And see if she could provide the video from the camera. Officer Rosinski contacted, I'm just going to say P because that's the first name, because that's who we were talking. So they contacted P, who stated she was in Boise, Idaho until November 28th. Officer Rosinski, P sent him a video of a male subject walking by the camera at approximately 3:20 a.m. towards the dumpster. Wow. So Officer Rosinski contacted me and I spoke to P and requested permission to remove the camera from the residence, and she consented. Based on my training and experience, I know many of the different video surveillance cameras used in first in and first out storage retention system. This means the newer data overwrites the older data. I was concerned data may be lost the longer the camera continued to record footage. I requested assistance from Officer Aaron Morris to go to the residence and unscrew the camera from its location. The camera screws into a common light bulb base, commonly found on the patio porch fixtures. So officer returned a short time later with the camera and the SD card. On November 18th, I again attempted to view the contents of the SD card. So, okay, I'm gonna skip down what he did. Okay, so he found over 13,000 individual image from the SD card. They appeared to be individual video frames from the camera. While attempting to view the data on the card, I received a forwarded email from, oh, I guess that's is CN? I don't know, whose sister is MK, resides at the residence. The email stated that he was viewing the video remotely when Officer Morris removed the camera. He stated that he saw suspicious vehicle in the area and was concerned with the video footage stored on the device being overwritten. I was then put in touch with TL, another resident at blank at King Road. So another house on King Road. L stated she would be back in Moscow at approximately about 8 p.m. I met with L at her residence and asked again if she would be willing to assist in recording screen captures on her phone from the device. I explained to Elle I would replace the camera, gather the information, and then take the camera as evidence. I also explained to Elle I needed to take the wireless router since the camera was already linked to the Wi Fi network. Elle stated she would consent and allow both items to be seized. I reinstalled the camera on the light socket and it powered on. I was able to watch as Elle accessed the footage on the camera. During this time, the camera showed a vehicle entering the area at approximately 3:56 a.m. and leaving at the high rate of speed at 4:20 a.m. Elle provided the videos to me. I uninstalled the camera and seized the wireless router. So they're both taken back to the police department on November 19th while reviewing the videos located at 3:56 and 4:20. It appeared the vehicle left the area and may have traveled on Willenta Drive. However, the video stopped. In an attempt to see further and gain perhaps a better resolution, I reconstructed the wireless network the camera operated on by powering the wireless router. I downloaded the Home Eye Pro app on my work phone. I was able to use the app and download the video clips. These clips included audio, which were not a part of the screenshots completed and were able to capture a longer duration. In the clips, the vehicle's exhaust and acceleration can be heard, as well as seeing the vehicle leave at a high rate of speed on Willenta Drive. After capturing the clips, I disconnected the camera and the Wi Fi router and placed them in evidence. Oh, it didn't delete. There we go. Okay. I gotta take a sip of my water, guys. This is gonna be a marathon. I'm gonna make this because I want to get through. This is interesting. I'm hooked. I would want to read these by myself anyway. Oh my god, I just spilled it everywhere. I'd be reading these by myself, but instead I'm gonna read them with you. We've been waiting to see what happened. I just spilled water all over. That did that twice. It's coming up on the straw. I don't understand. I'm soaked, guys. Urgh. Wet. The whole cap was filled. Okay, here we go. You ready? On November 18th, 2022, I logged into the Uber law enforcement portal and submitted an exigent preservation request for any location data associated with Uber driver named EG with the phone number of blank. Due to the nature of the investigation, Uber recommended an exigent, I can't say that word right now, request for preservation. So in a screenshot received from AG, it showed messages which appear to be from G's phone between Kaylee and himself. The name of the recipient is Kaylee's Uber. It is known if G was on duty with Uber at the time of him picking up Gonsalves and Maddie. Uber stated if the driver was on duty, it would show the location of the vehicle. If the driver was not on duty, Uber would not have the data. I was informed by Uber customer service this is common if the driver provides personal transportation services. At 14:34, I received an email from Uber stating they received my request. I received an email approximately 17 hours, contained files regarding Uber logs of EG. The records showed his location up until approximately 1:15 a.m., where it appears no other information is found. G goes off duty. These records were attached to the case file. No warrant was requested. They do that a lot. Like when I used to take Lyft and Uber a lot in Colorado, when I didn't have a car at one point in Colorado, I didn't have a car at the very end, and I used to take Ubers, and they'll do like, hey, you want personal? You can just get a hold of me and call me. So they'll just be your like a personal transportation where you just pay them directly, and they're like, you know what I'm saying? So that is common. So that's not like weird or anything. This is my point. I want to see if I didn't get a good sip last time. Let me see. Oh, it didn't do it. Okay, sorry. All right, here we go. November 15th. I received an email from SG, the blank of Kaylee Gonzalez. So sister, I'm sure, right? He stated, or brother. Oh, that's her brother. He stated he had access to some of Kaylee's messages and phone calls. S stated he would have blank contact me about those files. Like, I don't know. I mean, should I say their names? I know who they stand for, but I mean, some of them it's like, if they're not well known, sometimes it's like maybe it's better just to keep, them redacted. But actually, no, that everybody knows Steve and Olivia. Yeah, they're actually people know their name. She did that statement. So yeah. I was able to speak to Olivia and she sent me various files, including an image from the spokesman review showing a camera on a nearby residence, text messages between Kaylee and Jack. Jack was hurt. I get it. I would always get one's Jake and one's Jack. Hers is Jack, right? Right. Yeah, Jack. So, and Jack. Text message between Kaylee and her Uber driver, E, a recent phone call list, and video from the Grub Truck Twitch.tv feed. Yeah, I mean, everybody does. Like, everybody knows the boyfriends too. So that's why I am saying some of them because it's like, yeah, they're redacted, but I mean, everybody really knows who they all are. And I don't think it's a big deal. Um, they caught the guy. You know what I'm saying? I think in the moment, when people were blaming them all, but like, ugh, I hope people see like how evil he looked in that on that sentencing. I attached these files to the case. The communication between Kaylee and Jack was located on Jack's phone. Examination and the Twitch feed was previously downloaded. And if you guys are just coming in, you're like, that says D, not Jack, because then they go by the last name. And I always just usually say their first name. I don't know. I'm weird. I like to say the first name. In the image showing the camera, it was found that the resident was at Blank King Road. That residence was at Blank King Road. The SD card from the camera was brought to the Moscow Police Department, but the file system of the card was not recognized by any forensic computers. The card was returned to the owner and reinstalled into the camera. On November 17th, Officer John recontacted the owner of the camera, that PO or PC or whatever, via phone. He stated that she was out of town, but sent a video to officer showing a figure walk to the dumpster and appear to look inside. To preserve any potential evidence on the camera, I asked P if we could seize the entire device, including the SD card, to which she stated yes. P stated that she would not be back in Moscow until approximately November 28th. I directed P to contact me when she returns to her residence, at which time I will attempt to connect the camera back to her Wi-Fi router. On November 18th, I received an email from AG. So I'm pretty sure that's Olivia, showing a screenshot of Facebook post from Dylan, probably DM Dylan. In the post, the account, the username was blank, reported details about the incident. I searched for this user and found a user ID of blank. This account had an avatar similar to the blank avatar. I was able to put up the account and it appeared to have the following friends associated with the redaction. I requested preservation of all 4 of these accounts. At approximately 7:45 a.m., I received an email from Facebook stating the accounts were preserved. Okay, so this is what? On 11/16, I spoke with KN at the substation on the University of Idaho. I asked Kay if she had any special relationship with any of the victims, and Kay said she was really good friends with Xana and met Xana freshman year. Kay said she was also close friends with Kaylee and met her freshman year during recruitment. Kay said that she knew Kaylee the best. Man, I don't know why my mouse. Hold on. I feel like I can't quench my thirst. Let me just have one more sip. Sorry. Swish it around my mouth, get it all when you read, so get it all lubricated. I don't know. I'm so stupid. Okay. So she's friends with Xana. She met Xana freshman year, and she said that she was also close friends with Kaylee and met her freshman year during recruitment. Kay said she knew Kaylee the best. I asked Kay if Kaylee hung out or associated with anyone with violent tendencies. Kay said no and expressed she was confused about the incident because she saw on the news, because what she saw on the news. Kay said Kaylee mainly stuck together with her roommates, Xana, Bethany, um, Madison, and Dylan. Kay said that Kaylee also hung out with the King girls, which were JTNFBD and AV. I don't I asked Kay if Kaylee was involved in using illegal substances, and Kay said just coke, probably. Just coke, probably. I asked Kay if she saw Kaylee doing cocaine, and Kay said no, but she knew Xana was pretty into it. Detective Dean, and that's what I was saying when I was on mute. Just because, like, they do, like, people do coke in college, people party, they experiment, they do drugs in college, it's just a thing. So just because she's saying that they, some of them probably party with coke doesn't mean like, oh my god, it's this big thing. Oh, there was a like a drug deal gone bad. I mean, college kids do party, they do coke, and it doesn't make them bad or this druggy or anything. It's just a lot of kids will experiment and do things, so um all right, so Detective Dean asked if Xana's boyfriend was into coke, and Kay said she did not know. Kay said she didn't know Ethan that well. Detective Dean asked if drugs were being sold from the house or if the drugs were more used for parties. Kay said they were used but not sold. Detective Dean asked if there were large quantities of drugs at the house or if the house was known as a drug house, and Kay said no. I asked Kay if Kaylee ever mentioned about having a stalker or having concerns about anyone, and Kay said no. Kay also said Kaylee never mentioned anything to the girls. Um, Kay asked if we saw the Twitch stream. I asked Kay what she saw in the stream, and she mentioned there were 2 guys. I asked Kay if she recognized the 2 guys, and Kay said she did not. Kay said her friend P, that PC guy or PO. Now I hate doing that because I don't know if that's. Oh, I wish I knew if that was a C or an O. Um, so that P and G were at the grub truck and saw Kaylee and Madison. So she's saying her friend, that friend P, and whoever G is, they were at the grub truck. They saw Kaylee and Madison. Kay said P mentioned that the 2 males were being weird. I asked Kay if she or anyone recognized anyone from the grub truck stream, and Kay said no. I asked Kay if she was familiar with the fraternity members of blank, and she said yes. Um, I asked Kay if there was anything mentioned why the males were labeled as weird. Kay said she thought one of the males nudged the other male, like, "Oh, those are your girls. Go and get them." I mean, that is kind of what he was like, kind of like, "Hey, they're leaving, right?" Hey, before they caught him, we all had our eyes on Hoodie Guy. There was some weird things, and he was kind of acting. I mean, not too weird, but like it was just kind of like, huh? He's like following him, and then I know he was, maybe helping, walking with them, to protect, I don't know, protect them or whatever. But then, like some stuff came out about different things about him. So like a lot of people had their eye on him when there was no other suspect. I think we all did at one point, but and then that one guy that he was talking to, he ended up doing like some TikToks and explaining the situation. I forget what his name was. He's like kind of a bigger guy. Anyway, so oh, those are your girls. And then Kay said that P would be worth talking to because she was there during that time. I asked Kay if P spoke with Kaylee. And Kay said she might have said hi, but wasn't sure. Kay also mentioned that ZM hung out with Kaylee and Madison all night at the corner club. I asked Kay if any of the victims had any issues with anyone, and Kay said that Kaylee was unproblematic and peaceful. Kay said that she can't imagine someone with violent tendencies around her. Kay said she felt the same way about Madison. Kay said, if anything, maybe Xana or maybe Ethan and Xana. I asked if Ethan and Xana are associated with violent people. Kay said Kay said this because Kay said that Xana and Ethan were more outgoing and hung out with different friend groups. Detective Dean asked if Kaylee and Madison recently had a boyfriend or ex-boyfriend. Kay said Kaylee dated a guy named Jay, so Jack, um, or Jake. You guys help me remember. Jake or Jack. Hold on, I think I have an answer for that. Hold on. Let me just look at my screenshot really quick. I had some to remind me. Because it's been forever since I went through those people. Okay, hold on. Kaylee, Jack. That one's Jack. Okay. Because I know there's a Jake somewhere too. There's 2 Jacks. Hold on. So that's Jack. There's 2 Jacks. Hoodie guy's Jack, and then her boyfriend's Jack. Kaylee's ex-boyfriend. Okay. So she dated a guy named Jack for a couple years, and Kaylee and Jack were high school sweethearts. Kay said Jack was really a nice person. Kaylee said she spoke to Kaylee a couple days before the incident, and Kaylee said once she graduated, she was looking for an apartment in Texas. Um, Kay said Kaylee met a guy from Texas that is already living in Texas, and they were going to be roommates. I asked Kay if Kaylee and Jack were still together when Kaylee mentioned that to her. And Kay said no, they were already broke up. Kay said that Jack mentioned that Kaylee attempted to call Jack around 3 a.m. asking if he was up. Kay said that she didn't think that Jack replied to Kaylee because he thought it was some type of booty call. Detective Dean asked how they knew that Kaylee attempted to reach out to Jack. And Kay said, because Jack told them. And Kaylee said she thought they found out after people were asking Jack if he knew anything about what happened. Detective Dean asked if Madison had a boyfriend, and Kay said yes. They call him S. And she said she thought his first name was J. So I think his is Jake, Madison's boyfriend, right? Kay said that they are still together. Kay said that she does not think that they had problems, and S was a good guy. Detective Dean asked what he looked like, and Kay said he was short, maybe 5'7", and balding. Kay said he had brown hair and was skinny. Kay thought he lived in Corday Elaine. I don't know how to say that. Kay said B was Madison's little. Kay said Kaylee and Madison were the closest out of all the roommates. Detective Dean asked if D had a boyfriend. That'd be Dylan, right? And Kay said yes. Kay said his name is QK, or Q, begins with a Q. K K and lived in Boise. Oh, QK is his initial. That's right. Okay, QK and lived in Boise. K said that Q was nice and hardworking. K said Q had epilepsy and was not a violent person. K said he was not aware of any issues between roommates. I asked if Kaylee hung out with any other males. Kay said Kaylee was talking to a guy named MB, who is a member of blank. Kay said they had a sexual relationship and would hook up here and there. Kay described M to be over 6 feet. So the guy that Kaylee was talking to be over 6 feet, brunette, medium build. Kay said he was serving as vice president to blank. I asked Kay if there was anyone else Kaylee spent time with, and Kay said no, unless Kaylee met someone at the bar that night. Kay did not know if Kaylee met anyone in particular, but heard a male got kicked out for being creepy towards Madison. Kay said J or Z could probably have more info if they were also at the bar. Kay said the last time she spoke to Kaylee was about 1700 hours on 11/13. So that's what, 5. So 5 o'clock, she talked to her on that day. Kay said Kaylee showed up with all of Kaylee's roommates at her apartment. The Whites. Wait, at her apartment. Oh, so there's, I see. I thought it was, so she's saying Kaylee showed up at her apartment, the Kay's apartment, with all of her roommates sometime between 1430 and 1500 hours. So wow, they were there like 2:30 to around 2:30 or 3 that afternoon. They all showed up at the White's house. Okay. Kay said that they left sometime between 1700 hours and 1800 hours. So between 5 and 6, they left. I told Kay I was aware of social media posts of all the roommates pictured together. And Kay said that was at her apartment. I asked Kay if she has been over to Kaylee's house before. I asked if people usually the Wi-Fi, and Kay was unsure. What? Maybe if people use the Wi-Fi? I don't know. Yeah, I guess probably use the Wi-Fi. Kay said they usually leave their doors unlocked and everyone knows it's a blank out of the house. Or it's a blank out of house. Blank out of house. I asked why Kaylee lived in a house with a different sorority. And Kay said that Kaylee and Madison had been best friends for several years and spoke about living with each other. Kay said that Kaylee was still close with her freshman, sophomore friend group. I asked Kay if she was aware of any cameras in the area, and Kay said no. Detective Dean asked Kay if she saw anyone in the area that seemed out of place, I'm sure. And Kay said she saw it while she was at her apartment and does not remember who, but said somebody mentioned about a random kid carrying a BB gun, but no one thought anything of it. Kay said she has reached out to B on 11/13 after the incident, but she did not reply. Kay said maybe EA has reached out, but was unsure. I asked if anyone has reached out to D or B, and Kay said maybe EA. So if anybody reached out to Dylan or Bethany, and wait. Okay, so then I concluded my interview. Okay, so I guess. Okay, so now we have neighborhood canvas. On November 14th, 2022, at approximately 10 a.m., I responded back to 1122 Road to conduct a neighborhood canvas in the daylight. Chief Fry was with me. We started from the rear of the residence and covered the small hill area just behind 1122 King Road. Right behind the residence, there was a small black bag that had obviously been out in the weather for some time. There was nothing in it. We searched up to the parking lot of blank Queen Road, then worked southwest along with the hillside below the parking lot. We searched the fence backyard of blank Wilena Drive and continued west above King Road. From there, I was joined by Sergeant Gunderson, and we went through the south side of blank King Road, around the back, and then back west between King Road and King Road. So two different addresses on King Road. Um, I worked over to Queen Road, going north, then between blank Queen Road and blank King Road, out to Taylor. We crossed the open playfield from Taylor north to Nez Pierce Drive. At the crosswalk near blank, we walked the pathway north to WW1 Memorial Grove and stopped at that point. I returned to the intersection of Taylor and King Road where I met with Chief Fry again. From that point, we proceeded east along the south side of Taylor, looking in the shrubbery and around the cars parked along the curb. At the entrance to the parking lot of blank Taylor Avenue, I located a black vest laying on the grass next to the fire hydrant. The vest appeared to be weathered with leaves and debris on it. It appeared to have been there for several days. I checked the pockets and examined the vest, but did not find anything of note. As we continued to walk east along the south side of Taylor, I noted a large amount of trash and a various items on the grass and in the bushes, including various glass and plastic bottles, pipes of various types, some articles of clothing such as a t-shirt and underwear, men's and women's, and various papers and litter. All appear to have been in the area for several days or weeks, and I did not determine any evidentiary value for items I saw. From there, I went south down Linda Lane, walked west between Blank Taylor and Linda Lane, then north of the easternmost building of Queen Road, then up to the parking lot on the north side of the Queen Road, back to Queen Road where I started. All right. So on November 15th, 1248, I spoke with blank, President blank blank about the 1122 King Road residence. I asked blank if she knew the people who lived at the house. So H, whoever H is. H said yes. She said they were a close group of friends who primarily hung out with themselves. I asked H if she ever went to parties at the house. H said she did a couple of times, but the parties were small. She said the roommates were a pretty tight group who didn't throw big parties. I asked if she knew about any drug use or sales from the house. H said she thought Xana and Ethan may have used cocaine, but nothing big, and no one sold drugs. I asked her if she knew whether there were larger quantities of drugs kept at the residence, and H said no. H said then H then told me she was at the Corner Club on November 13th between midnight and 2 a.m. She said Madison and Kaylee were also at the bar because he was acting creepy. Oh, yeah. Where we at? We're also at the Corner Club during that time. Sorry. So she's saying Maddie and Kayla were also at the Corner Club. H said she heard a male was kicked out of the bar because he was acting creeping towards Maddie. I asked H if she had any other details about the male or incident. I told H to get a hold of me if she had any more information she believed would be helpful. Guys, do I sound like loud enough? So I'm debating how, because watch it, listen to some playback. I realized like a lot of times if I move too much, the sound does go off. So I'm trying to keep it. They say like 6 inches away is the best. I think it says 6 inches. I don't know. Okay. But something like this, it'll be important to have like a good sound so people could listen to it. This is interesting. I mean, we've been waiting for what, a couple of years to hear all these details. Like, I'm interested in just even little stuff like this because, you know, us true crime. You know, when you're into like a case, you just want to know every detail. At least I do. Okay, so on 11/17th, I was saying get a roller. You're funny. But you make me laugh, I swear. Um, yeah, right. That's true, Sophia. I do too. I do too. We'll see if anything comes about if they figure it out. Um, Okay, 11:17, about 2:30 p.m. I responded to the University of Idaho Kibbe Dome to interview JN. Um, Captain Barrett stated, wait, I want to see something. I want to see if this is, I just want to be reminded of one of the person's name. Okay. Captain Barrett stated N possibly had information regarding the homicide. N took Detective Dean and myself to a conference room to speak. N stated on Sunday, 11:13, between 9 a.m. and 10 a.m., he was walking his dog. He stated when he walked by the first time, he noticed the front door to 1122 King Road. Yeah, we heard that a while back about how one of the neighbors saw the door was wide open. On the north side of the building facing campus was wide open. He stated he knew it was a party house, so he assumed someone was too intoxicated and forgot to close the door that night prior. And stated he walked his dog up to Taylor Avenue, to Blake Avenue, then down Sweet Avenue. He said the walk took him approximately 1 hour. And stated when he walked back to his apartment around 11 a.m., the front door was still wide open. And said he was unsure if the information was known or not, but thought he should report it. I asked N if he knew anyone who lived in the house, and he said not personally, but in passing. I thanked N and cleared. I want to use my other. I gotta remember to use some of my other setups so it's like a little bit of variety. Okay, so 11:15, LS and uh, CF came to Moscow PD to speak with Officer Rosinski and I regarding an incident possibly related to the homicide that occurred on 11/13. They stated on 10/21, an unidentified white male came into the women's center and asked to speak to someone. F spoke to the male. She stated that he asked for snacks and appeared to be under the influence. She stated that the interaction only lasted about 5 minutes. F stated the male said he had a female friend who was in an abusive relationship. The male stated he was afraid the female would be hurt by her boyfriend and was also afraid he would hurt the boyfriend due to the abusive behavior. F did not gather any names and had never seen the male before. I asked both F and S if they had any contacts with any of the victims. They said they did not, and they did not have any of their contacts documented. On 11:15, approximately 11:50 hours, AA came into the substation to speak to me. I was told by Corporal Payne A went to Gritman on 11/13/22 to seek medical care for cuts on his hand. I asked A what happened to his hand. Does anybody know who that is? This is who I was trying to figure out who is this guy, AA. So originally I was thinking it was that neighbor, Ivan, I think his name is, but it doesn't match the initials. But it almost sounds like, remember he was like a cook, but I'm not saying this guy was a cook, but AA. I mean, I guess it's good that these names are, some of these are redacted because then it would give like some of these people were, well, like start blaming them and coming after them. I guess it's probably is, but I just, if it's, yeah, that's not his. That one neighbors that heard the scream, his name is Enan Harsh. Remember him? So I don't know, AA. So he had cuts on his hand, which is it's kind of crazy though. Okay, so where are we at? So he went to Gritman on 11/13/22 to seek medical care for cuts on his hand. I asked A, what happened to his hand? He stayed on 11/12 at around 20, so about 8 p.m. He cut his hand attempting to cut chicken for a sandwich. A stated he was intoxicated and when he was trying to cut the meat, his pocket knife slipped and cut his hand. Um, I asked when he went to the hospital, and he read his wristband from the hospital, and it said he went on 11/13 at 1400 hours, which would be 2 p.m. So this would be the next day at 2 p.m. So this would be after the murder, after the murder's already occurred. He went to the hospital that at 2 p.m. that next day, right? A told me he lived at the blank house. The laceration was on his right hand. He sent me a photograph of the injury and I attached it to the case. I asked A if he knew any of the victims, and he stated he had seen Ethan 2 times at parties, but did not know any of the females. He said that the A's sister house was blank. He said it was a national standard, but he had friends from multiple sororities. I was just seeing. That's what I was thinking, Sophia, but it doesn't match the initials. So I don't know. Because I remember like everybody was suspicious of him at first because remember he said he heard screams, then he didn't, and it was just like he did some interviews, he on YouTube and stuff because people were all over him thinking, like suspicious of him because he kind of like said, "Oh, I didn't hear anything like think to the cops," but then he came out and did like there was an article or something like that that said he heard screams around that time. So it was just weird the changing stories, but that doesn't match the initials. Charlie, thanks for joining. He was strange. Thank you. Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much. That everybody that's a member, it really does help me out a lot, a lot. All right. Where are we at? Okay, so he said that he does know. He stated he did talk to Ethan 2 times at parties, but did not know any of the females. He said the blank sister house was blank. He said it was a national standard, but he had friends from multiple sororities. Blank ran me through his weekend from Saturday morning. He stated he slept in Saturday morning, 11/12/22, and woke up around 9:30 a.m. A said he went to the treehouse, which was a blank outhouse located at blank Taylor Avenue. He said he spent the whole day there watching the game. He said he left the treehouse at around, so it'd be 7:30 p.m. And went back to the blank Elm Street. He said he was drinking all night and finally went to bed on 11/13 at around 4 a.m. That's when the murders were about to happen, is when he supposedly went to bed. Okay. A said he was with his friends, LM and CK, all night. A provided me M's phone number. Officer Rosinski talked to M later at the house, or later at Blank's house. M said he and A were walking down the stairs. So this is his friend. So he calls to ask, like, basically an alibi for this A because this guy has cuts on his hand. So that's like a big, like, ooh, we better check this out. Better make sure, he's not the guy. So they ask his friend who he's with, they ask him, so yeah, he says he was with him later at the house. M said he and A were walking down the stairs at Blank's house when A missed a step and fell into the window. So it's just kind of odd because he said that he cut it with the chicken, cutting chicken. This guy's saying he cut it, fell into the window, and the glass broke. Because remember, we didn't get to the document. We're going to get to a document where they found blood in this apartment. On the well, I think he mentions it here. So this is what that's from, I guess. Okay. So it says M said A was cutting chicken. Oh, wait, hold on. I skipped a part. Hold on. They were walking down the stairs at the house when A missed a step and fell into the window. M said at the time, neither he or A saw any blood. M said A was cutting chicken and he saw the injury. According to M, A was extremely intoxicated and thought he cut his hand while cutting the chicken, but M believed he cut it on the glass. I think it's just a coincidence, but that sucks because, like, think about this. Like, he just, drunk, cuts his hand, falls into the window. But if, like, what if they didn't have that knife sheath and they didn't catch it? And then they thought he was the guy. Because you know how many people get innocently freaking, a lot of people do get because the blood, I'm sure they would have had to have more, like, more stuff, but that's crazy because I mean, sometimes that stuff happens. I just wanna know who this AA is. Who the heck is AA? Anyway, A said he was willing to sign a consent form for medical records if we need them. A said he could not remember if he cut his hand on the window or with the knife. A said his friends told him to go to the hospital to make sure there was not glass in his hand. I went with A to the blank house. He showed me the window they found broken. I photographed the window and attached it to the case. So yeah, no, that I mean everything checks out anyway, so that he wouldn't have, yeah, wouldn't have been able to blame him anyway. Adam, yeah, praise Adam. Some Adam. Anyway, 11:16, I responded to blank at blank Main Street. A person of interest, JS. Now, JS is hoodie guy. So JS is the guy that was the weird guy that everybody thought was weird, and none of her friends knew him. Like, who's this guy with them at the grub truck? And he was the one everybody had eyes on at first. Everybody thought he was the guy because then he left town and it was just, he had a bunch of pictures with knives and he was a hunter. So he knew how to use a knife. And so everybody was like thinking it was him. So this is hoodie guy, JS. So, a person of interest, JS, so even a person of an interest to them, lived at blank. L confirmed. S, which is so S lived at the unit alone. They said they did not offer free internet service to tenants through CC. L said that they could not see who used the service. I wait, they did offer. Sorry, I read that wrong. They said they did offer free internet service to tenants through CC. L said that they could not see who used the service. I asked L if any other tenants tried to get out of their leases recently. They said no. They said, I'm just going to say his just Jack. I mean, because everybody knows who he is too, because there was two Jacks and everybody got him like, oh, two Jacks. So I'm just going to call him Jack so it doesn't get confusing. Because if I keep just saying all letters, at least the people that are already well known, I'm going to try to say their name. Okay, so they said Jack started his lease on 7/18/22. The employer remembered Jack because his father was adamant on getting him the apartment. I responded to CC to see if Jack utilized the internet service they provided. The employee gave me a paper with all tenants from Queen Road. They used it. Jack did not use the service. On 11/16, I asked to follow up on individuals connected to victims or people of interest. The names provided were MB, DB, NF, JF, and CB. I called the dean of students for phone numbers for B, B, F. I called B first, who stated that he was at his home in Boise. B and F stated they lived together in Meridian. I passed the information on to Captain Barrett. I also TLO'd F and B. I got a number for F and called him. He provided his home address in Boise and said he was willing to speak with detectives. I forwarded that information as well as a TLO of B to Corporal Payne and Captain Barrett. On 11/16, DS, JH, and JH from the DOS office came to the ISUB. S stated that he had information regarding the homicide. See, this is a different S. That's why. It's like to say, like, we have to say at least some of the ones that are already known. Interrogation files. Hey, yay, yay, yay. Well, I always get so excited when I see you. Well, because I know you're so busy. So I feel like almost like not lucky. What is the name? I'm trying to think of a word like no, why can't I think of words? I feel important, but that's not the word I'm thinking of. But yeah, I just feel important when you stop by. But thanks for stopping by. How is everything going? I know you are busy. I know you're working for what, two other channels? You got your channel. Your channel alone would be enough to keep you super busy, but wow. Good for you. And I mean that sincere. Okay, so where are we at? Oh, yeah. So DSJH from the DOS office came to the ISUB. They stated he had information regarding the homicide. S first stated the DOS office had a debrief to check in on everyone. S said JD um name was brought up. He said it got him thinking because D had a recent care report on him. On 11/3/22, D emailed the DOS saying had a few different circumstances in my life that have substantially decreased my mental health. On 11/4/22, S called D. S said D seemed distant, distracted, and sad. S also brought up the grub truck. He said he was guessing, but he believed it was D following the victims and hovering around them. Wait, hold on. Who's J? Hold on. Is JH? Let me. I have some screenshots of people. Reminds. I want to remind myself. JD. So JD would have been when they said J. Oh, that's JH, right? So where does this D come from? That's why I'm trying to look for. Oh, DS. Okay. So whoever DS. So they call him DS, but then they wait, no. This ain't making sense because look, it says DS, but then it's saying like DS has to be two different people, right? I don't know. Oh, JD. Oh, yeah, it is JD. So JD is Kaylee's boy. Are they talking about Kaylee? That's Jack. That'd be Kaylee's ex. That's that. Okay. Right? Sorry, I just want to make sure. Yeah, I guess that's so then they start referring to him as D, his last name. So, okay, so the D is Jack, Kaylee's ex, the one that she shares the dog with. And then, oh, okay, let's see. I don't know if D, I'm trying to, so they're saying that's right, because a lot of people thought that Hoodie Guy was D. There's people going around, there was creators going around saying that they thought that the other Jack, because they're both Jack, but the Jack, the boyfriend, was hold on. They thought Jack, the boyfriend, Kaylee's ex, was actually Hoodie Guy, the other Jack. Some people thought because it was kind of hard to see. He had a hoodie on, and it wasn't the best quality video, and he kind of looked a little bit like him. It could have been him with the, you know what I'm saying. So there were some people that thought that that was Jack, but it wasn't. Well, it was Jack, but it wasn't that Jack. It was a different one. So that's okay. We got that straight. So that's why this person's saying that they thought it was Jack, Kaylee's ex-boyfriend, but it wasn't. Okay. So he's saying he said he was guessing, but he believed it was Jack following the victims and hovering around them. S also said after finding out what had happened, that Kaylee's ex Jack was more concerned with his dog. Oh, I see what he's saying. So he's saying he's more concerned with his dog than Kaylee. I mean, that's just somebody saying that. I'm not saying that's true. Okay. I thanked us for the information. I asked H if he was able to provide the care reports for Jack, Kaylee's ex. They referenced H, said he did not seem hugely concerned, but would attempt to gather them. I don't know who H is, though, guys. Hmm. Oh, okay. Sorry. All right. So now we're November 14th. I went to 1122 King Road. They put kind road with Sergeant Blaker to observe the scene. I walked through the house and around the outside of the residence along with the other investigators looking for possible evidence. ISP investigators were on scene, walking through a second time, looking for additional evidence. I walked around the south side of 1122 King Road, up the hill and along the fence line for blank Wilena. The backyard for the Wilena backs up to the backyard area of King Road. I spoke with SG at blank Wilena and asked for his permission to look through his backyard area, which he said I could. G told me he was a person who previously called dispatch to provide information about what he observed. I told G after looking over the area and through the residence on King Road, I would come back and get a statement from him. I did not locate anything of interest in the backyard of blank Wilena or on the hillside behind 1122 King Road. I walked into 1122 King Road and looked through the house with other investigators. The following four evidence items were collected by ISP. On November 14th, so they were collected inside the 1122 house. On November 14th, and they were collected on November 14th and turned over to me on the scene. ISP took photos of the items and the places they were collected from. I booked the following items into MPD evidence. A copy of the evidence property receipt relating to these items is attached electronically to the case files. So here's what it was. Wait. 1122. A rolled up $2 bill located on the desk in F2 bedroom 1 northwest. Blue powder, suspected drugs located on the desk in F2 bedroom 1 northwest. Blood sample west wall, F2 living room. Blood sample F3 bedroom 2 northwest wall. I spoke with the following people who live at Willenta. My conversations with SGMM and the TM were recorded and are attached electronically to the case file. So wait, I'm trying to figure out, are they saying this stuff was in, I guess, the 1122? When I first, because I was, reading through some of these before my live, and when I skimmed through this real quick, I originally thought that they were saying they found that at the Willenta house, not the 1122. But now that I'm rereading it, it looks like no, they found it in the 1122. Okay. So whose room was that? I did not get anything interested in the backyard once or on the house side. Yeah. It was in 1122. So I bet you I know what the blue powder was. Adderall. Just a guess, but I bet you that's what it was, because Adderall is popular in college students. And yeah, I used to have my time with Adderall in college too. And even not even in college, because I mean I don't do anything anymore, but when I used to do so, like was an addict and just did so many drugs and for my whole I feel like most of my life. But yeah, I bet you it was Adderall and they were snorting it because there was a rolled up $2 bill. But I'm trying to figure out what bedroom. So we have $2 bill located on the desk in F2 bedroom 1 northwest. So the blue powder, the rolled up $2 bill were in the same bedroom. But then blood sample west wall in the living room. That's interesting. So that might be the reason why there's some of the inside sources were suspecting that one of them, either Ethan or Xana, started to be attacked before they got to the room, were chased and attacked in the living room and then, went into the bedroom. I'm guessing Xana. It would be Xana because Ethan was on the bed. I don't know. I mean, who knows? But so there was blood on the living room wall, huh? And then blood sample on the northwest wall. So I bet you the bedroom that was probably bedroom 1's probably Ethan. I'm guessing Ethan and Xana's, right? No, I know, Sean. There is other things that are blue. I mean, but I don't know why. I'm thinking Adderall. That's my guess, but it could be anything. I mean, yeah, it could be Xanax, could be. I just don't, um, I don't know. That was just my guess. Hmm. Wow. I don't know yet. Sicily, I don't know. Probably. I'm sure somewhere. I haven't got to read all these yet. Um, so these ones that I'm still on right now, I did skim through because I wanted to put like go through them and weed out like the boring or the ones that really aren't repeats or not important or just not something I feel like would be interesting to read because there's so many documents. So these ones I'm still on are ones I skimmed through, but there's still a lot more. So I don't, they might have. We'll see. We will see. All right. So now we got, oh, this is still the same document. Okay. So they found that. And then, which, like I said, I'm guessing that's in Xana and Ethan's room because they're talking, then they're talking about the living room wall and stuff. So, because it wouldn't have been in Bethany and Dylan's room because I mean they would have cleaned it up. They call, you know what I'm saying? If they were doing it, they wouldn't have just left it out. And yeah, I don't know. I'm just thinking it. My guess would be it's in Xana and Ethan's room, but they say bedroom one or F2 bedroom one. Okay, so SG told me the following. He woke up a couple of times Saturday night. He looked at the clock, saw it was 4:17 a.m., and said after about 5 minutes of waking up, he heard a dog barking outside. So remember, SG is the neighbor like somewhere Willenta, where so it's one of the neighbors. Okay, so he said he heard the dog about 4:17. He wakes up. And he said after about 5 minutes of waking up, he heard a dog barking outside from the direction of 1122 King Road. G said he was going in and out of sleep, and after an hour, around 5 a.m., he still heard the dog barking outside from the direction of 1122 King Road. G said his bedroom is on the far northeast side of Willenta and is closest to the backyard of 1122 King Road. G said there is a motion light outside of his window and said if it turned on, he would have noticed it. G told me he has lived in this residence since January and has not heard the dog barking outside before in the middle of the night. That's crazy. Outside. I don't understand because did oh, duh, the front door was left wide open. That's how he got out. So whether it was that's the way Bryan got in and he left it open, or somehow some other way it got open. But that's probably how the dog got out. And then it came back in. Remember, the front door was wide open. Ah, dude. So I bet you Murphy freaking chased him out and went outside. And then I think what happened is because on one of the sheets, it sounds like one of the officers shut the door in Kaylee's room and put the dog in Kaylee's room. While they were, so he didn't track up anything, you know what I'm saying? So the dog must have ended up going inside sometime throughout the morning or whatever. And then by the time everybody got there, and then he was inside, and then they ended up putting him in the room. Wow. I just thought of that. Duh. That is how the dog, oh my Lord. Yeah, no, I know. There's a lot of things blue. I don't know. I just guessed Adderall because I feel like it's a popular one for, I mean, I guess they're all popular, but like knowing that it sounds like they like do coke too, so they might like, I don't know. But yeah, there's some of the brands of Xanax or milligrams, or there's some Klonopin. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of different um, brands and milligrams and stuff that would be different colors. Remember, I worked in the pharmacy too, so yeah. but we'll see. We'll see because they might have tested it. So we'll see what it ends up being. We should take like a bet or whatever. Oh, no, I guess that's stupid. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that. Um, All right, so where are we at? So the dog was outside. So, because he's saying he heard him outside barking. That was still at 5 a.m. Where are we at? Sorry, I'm trying to look where I'm at. Oh, right. I next spoke with MM. M told me on the 13th he woke up around 2:30 and left the house around 3. So, like in the morning, he woke up in the morning and left the house at 3. M said he had an extended training day and it lasted about 12 hours. M said he finished his extended training day around 1800 hours, so 6 p.m. at Buffalo Wild Wings and arrived at home around 6:30. M said that he was with approximately 20 blank members and did not notice anyone who should have been there was not there. So he didn't notice anybody that should have been there was not there. M did not remember hearing anything in particular when he woke up or left around 2:30 and 3. M did not hear the dog barking. That's kind of okay. Wait, so he didn't hear, because it wasn't until after like 4 when it started barking. That's what that neighbor said. I next spoke with TM. T told me he did not hear a dog barking at any point. T said that he had been out at the bars the evening of the 12th and got home around 2:30 a.m. T said he sleeps with earplugs in. T said his sister, MM, mentioned she saw Madison Mogan at some point at the corner club. T provided me with his sister's phone number. Okay, so now we're on November 15th, 2022 at 9:30 a.m. Myself and Detective Mallory responded to the corner club at blank to contact the owner, MT. This was a prearranged meeting to view video from the evening of November 12th to the early morning hours of November 13th. The purpose was to confirm that Madison and Kaylee were at the corner club as that had been reported, and to try to identify individuals seen on the grub truck video later in the morning. Specifically, a male who appeared to be accompanying them. Yeah, they're trying to figure out because he was a person of interest. I mean, we see that even law enforcement, that was the person of interest for them too. Upon arrival, T already had the video up on the screen and cued the proper time frame. Detective Mallory began scrolling through the video, which consisted of multiple views and multiple screens that were all in time sync. We determined that Kaylee and Maddie arrived at the corner club at 22:20, which would be 10:20 p.m., right? In a Prius type vehicle with one other unidentified female. The vehicle was determined to be an Uber vehicle and the driver identified. Can you guys tell me really quick though, is my volume good? Is it too loud or too low by any chance? And it's like, I don't know, because I'm putting my mouth closer to it and I put it up higher than I normally do. Like the volume. Where are we at? Volume good. Okay, good, good. Okay. So, so they arrived at 10:20 in a Prius type vehicle with another unidentified female, determined to be an Uber vehicle. The vehicle was, and the driver identified. Kaylee and Maddie mingle around the bar, but spend most of their time in the front along the bar next to the left end as you face the bar. They make occasional trips to the restroom and speak to several people as they mingle. At 12:22 a.m., Kaylee paid her bar tab using her CC, which consisted of 9 well vodka, 2 add juices. So she had 9 drinks, right? And then 2 added juices. Okay. T provided a copy of the receipt. At approximately 1 a.m., Kaylee engages in a conversation with a subject identified by bar staff as J. That's Jack. So that's hoodie guy. JS is hoodie guy. So I'll just call him Hoodie Guy. So Hoodie Guy, is that okay? Because that's how we originally, yeah. Jack Hoodie Guy. Because if I say Jack, there's two Jacks. That's why. Jack Hoodie Guy was seen with Kaylee and Maddie in the grub truck video later in the evening. This appeared to be consensual conversation and appeared that they knew each other. At approximately 1:14 a.m., uh, Maddie joins in the conversation, and all three remain generally in the area of the bar near the wall. So remember, because at 1, it looks like so it was Kaylee was talking to Hoodie Guy Jack, and then it says around 1:14, Maddie engages in the conversation, and then they all three remain in that area. Nothing stood out during that time. Both appeared to know Jack Hoodie Guy. At 1:31 a.m., Hoodie Guy Jack paid his bar tab with his CC consisting of 5 cans of bottles, so bottles of beer, I'm sure, 2 kamikazes. After paying, he walked to the back of the bar, went into the restroom, came back out, retrieved his coat, and came back to an area near the exit where Kaylee and Maddie were waiting. Hoodie Guy Jack waited in the background while the girls finished conversing with others. Then they all exited the building at 1:37 a.m. The parking lot camera shows them walking away together across then out of the parking lot in the westerly direction. They were all dressed the same in the grub truck video, with Hoodie Guy Jack wearing a white or very light colored hoodie with a brown coat over it. While reviewing the video, we also recognized Jack, Kaylee's ex, to be Kaylee's ex-boyfriend. We did not track his movements in the video, but he appeared to spend most of his time at the opposite end of the business, seated with several other males. At one point, there appeared to be a brief interaction with Kaylee that looked cordial and in passing. Jack, the ex, left at 1:51 a.m. with 2 other males. Also, noticed in the video was a subject seen in the grub truck video. I recognized him because of his unique sweater and long hair and beard. Yeah, I remember that guy. He was identified as HV by bar staff. He checked out at midnight hours using a CC in the name of SV, showing 2 micro tub. So that's what he had. He had 2 micro tubs to drink. I didn't notice any interaction between V and Kaylee or Maddie. Sorry, guys, my eye. A third subject who was seen in the grub truck video also was observed in the corner club, but we were not able to identify him. He's a very stocky build. That's the guy that ended up, they weren't able to find him. Yeah, because he ended up doing TikToks and talking about the experience and what he had said to Jack. Everybody's wondering, what were they talking about, him and Hoodie Guy? I bet you that's what they're talking about. So he's stocky build, white male with brown hair, facial hair, wearing brownish sweater. I did not observe any interaction between him and Kaylee or Maddie. Because the video file is extremely large, Detective Mallory were unable to copy it to an external storage device. We left the business, and Detective Mallory is working on obtaining a usable copy of the video for a closer review. And I have attached the bar receipts, it says. Okay. Narrative. On 11/14, I responded to the area of King Road and Queen Road. I photographed and looked into 3 dumpsters in the area. Outside King Road, 1122, and King, another address. All 3 dumpsters were located on the street. I saw nothing of evidentiary value in the dumpsters. I photographed them and cleared the area. ISP later pulled the trash pursuant to this investigation. Some blood was located on the 2nd floor at the Taylor Avenue. Taylor Avenue is commonly referred to as the Whites and is a known party location. The blood was isolated to one area with no trail to either area. I photographed the blood and notified on the scene investigators. So that was the one. I don't know. I have to look. I was thinking, I could be wrong because, like I said, I skimmed these was really fast, and now like I'm going through them with you to really absorb them and try to work it out, like what's going on here, right? So remember that guy that fell into the window and they said they think he thought he was cutting meat and it was blood, but his hand was bleeding. I originally when it met, that's what I was talking about. I was thinking that this was from that, but I don't shoot. I exited. I don't remember which document it is. Do you remember? I don't remember if his apartment was on Taylor Avenue, but I'm thinking now from reading this, it doesn't sound like that is the same. So what? There's blood. That's kind of weird. Unless if it is just that from when he fell into the window. Huh. I don't know. Officer House and I walked various areas around the crime scene looking for evidence. Officer House and I find nothing of evidentiary value. I don't know. All right, 11:15. When I arrived at work, I had several voicemails on my desk. I began reviewing the voicemails. Most of the voicemails were tips on the current homicide. Many of the tips were about the live feed from the grub truck. Throughout the day, I fielded several calls from people with possible information they believe may be important to the investigation. Oh no. Hold on. I'm looking at initials again, just to some of them. I just grabbed a few. So that's AM. Is that one? Wait, is AM the one that cut his hand? Or is that AA? It's hard to keep track of all these. Hold on. Let me be reminded. So that one guy that was the cook that people kind of suspected because he was acting kind of weird, and the scream said he's heard a scream, didn't heard a scream. So that's IH. Okay, I gotta remember that. So AM. A told me, oh, it's a girl. Okay. A told me she was at the corner club with two of the victims, Maddie and uh Kaylee. The night prior to the murders, she told me there was a college-aged male known by Madison. A told me that the male was wearing a black and white flannel shirt with a black shirt underneath that had writing in white letters that said antisocial. A told me the college-aged male who has been identified as OB or CB. I'll say CB, was acting creepy. She said he was not engaging people in conversation. Wait, what? So, there's a college age male known by Madison. So they're saying Madison knew him. Okay. So he had a black shirt underneath his black and white flannel. His black shirt said antisocial. A told me the college age male who has been identified as CB was acting creepy. She said he was not engaging people in conversation and he was just staring at the girls in the group she was with. Ugh. Um, A told me B had been grabbing girls by the butt and being handsy. So that CB guy, wow. A said that she confronted B and told him to stop touching girls inappropriately, or she would have him kicked out of the bar. At one point, Madison introduced her, A, to B, and and told her she knew him. Huh. Wow. So it's like, was she sticking up for it? Like, oh, I know him. Huh. A said she let her guard down a little when it came to B and was later told by Madison that she only knew B through class in a group project in which they had worked on together. A said a short time later B was kicked out of the bar. A short time later I took a call from DJ. Blank J told me he works at the blank. Jay said he has a regular customer by the name of GP, who comes in almost every day. Jay said P makes everyone feel insecure. And wait, what was oh B? Oh no, that's the B. Hold on. Oh no, that is somebody else. Because I was thinking it was the same guy that was being all creepy, but no, that's somebody else, right? He works at the blank. What Jay said he has a regular customer by the name of GP and somebody else who comes in almost every day. Jay said P makes everyone feel insecure because of the way he acts and the dark things he says. Jay told me P lives in the area of the homicides. I looked up P, names, number, and Spillman, and show an address in Conestoga. Conestoga? I don't know how to say that right. I'm sure people will correct me. P has had numerous involvements with MPD over the last 2 decades, some of which relate to possible mental health issues. Okay. All right, let me get some more downloads up. Get another batch. All right. Okay. So watch guard event. Okay, on November 13th at 12:53 p.m., I arrived on scene at 1122 and spoke with Sergeant Gunderson and Sergeant Lawrence. Oh, thanks, Hope. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, thank you. Okay. So I arrived on scene. I spoke to Sergeant Gunderson and Sergeant Lawrence, who gave me a brief overview of the information gathered at that time. Sergeant Lawrence informed me that the Idaho State Police were going to assist in the investigation and were organizing to respond to the scene. Sergeant Lawrence responded to the public police department to begin interviews. I remained on scene on the perimeter awaiting further information. Approximately 1 hour later, a male approached the scene and began speaking with Sergeant Gunderson. The male was identified as J something K. I overheard Jay state his daughter lived in 1122. Oh, Coronado, that has to be Xana's dad. Yeah. And he had been trying to get in touch with her, but was unsuccessful. It was also learned Jay's daughter, J RK, was nearby the scene. Asked Jay if he and I asked Jay if he and Jay could come to the police department to speak with me. Jay agreed and I returned to the police department. I contacted Sergeant Lawrence at the police department and asked if he had names of the victims, and Sergeant stated he did and gave me the list. I saw one of the victims' names was Xana A. Coronado. I then met with Jay and Jay. Is there 2 people? I'm confused because this just says, look, I don't know, Jay something something Coronado. And then that looks just like that's one person too. So when they keep saying J and J, I don't know. So they met with J and J in the interview room off the police department allowed me. Once in the room, I activated the audio and video recording. I asked J and J if their information they both had. Well, I guess 2. Their information, and they both handed me their Arizona driver's license. After writing down their information, I asked Jay what the name of his daughter was. Jay told me her name was Xana. I then informed Jay and Jay that Xana was identified as one of the victims and that she was deceased. Both Jay and Jay became very upset and were crying heavily. I asked J&J when was the last time that they communicated with Xana. And they stated she texted with Xana on 11/11/22 at approximately 1700 hours, about 5 o'clock, a couple days before the murder. Wait, so that would have been, so basically the 12th would have been the day before. So the 11th would have been the, yeah, 2 days before. Sorry, getting tired, but I want to keep reading because I'm interested. Where are we at? So yeah, he texted her. Wait, hold on. So she stated she texted with Xana on 11/11/22 because that's the last time that she communicate with Xana. Approximately 5 p.m. Jay said the text messages were brief and were not of any substance. Jay said he texted Xana on 11/11 at around 3:40 hours, and she responded stating she was at work. So they're saying, I guess, Xana texted her and she stated she was at work. So it's probably her dad and maybe stepmom or dad and mom. That was, she said it was her dad. Yeah, and then maybe his wife or something. I don't know. All right, so Jay then told me he last spoke with Xana on the phone on 11/11 at approximately 21:40. So that's 9:40. When they spoke about going to WSU football game, I asked Jay where Xana worked, and he said at Mad Greek. I asked both Jay and Jay if Xana mentioned anything about having any issues with anyone or anything strange occurring lately, and both Jay and Jay said Xana had not said anything. Oh, thanks, Susan. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. No, I appreciate that. And Hope and Charlie for joining, Sharon. Thank you guys. Definitely helps out. I appreciate it a lot, a lot, a lot. Okay, so lately, so they're saying that they're saying like, no, nothing strange is occurring lately. Both Jay and Jay said Xana had not said anything. Jay said Xana had a boyfriend, Ethan, who she had been dating for about 6 months or so. Jay said everything seemed fine with the relationship, and Jay added how he had met Ethan's parents. Oh, so you're saying Xana's dad met Ethan's parents. Okay, cool. Aw. In passing this weekend. So, okay, so wait. He had met Ethan's parents in passing this weekend. Oh, I see. He had met Ethan's. Sorry. Okay. It should be noted Jay was in town visiting as he resides in Avondale, Arizona. It was Washington State's University Parents Weekend. Did I know that? I think I did actually, but it's been so long ago. I feel like so. And it was Washington State's University. Oh, it's Washington State's Parents Weekend. Okay. Huh. I asked J and J if there was anyone they wished to contact for them and if they wished to speak with anyone such as a member of the clergy. Both told me no. I gave them both my business card and informed them our detectives would be in contact in the near future. Okay. All right. So now we are at photos burned to a CD and booked into evidence. On 11/13 and about noon, I responded to 112 King Road for the report of an unresponsive subject. Upon my arrival, I noticed there were several college-age subjects out front of the address. I was directed to use police caution tape to cordon off the crime scene. As I was working around the residence, I noticed the back door was open and there were footprints in the snow coming from the back door on the back porch. Officer Smith took photos of these prints with a measuring tape. He watched the backyard area to make sure no one else came into the area. I noticed there were a few footprints that left toward the west of the backyard. This portion of the backyard is connected to other residents. 1118 King Road and 1126 King Road, both directly to the west. The footprints appear to lead west toward King Road. So, oh man, between the residents, but what I was unable to see where the footprints went after the yards connected due to the amount of rock landscaping. I also was unable to discern how old these prints were. There had not been a recent snowfall. What do you, So do you think it was his footprints? Like one of them was? I gotta take some, man, I'm gonna wake up or like get focused again. Hold on. Sometimes when I get like so tired, I like reading, it's like hard. I don't know how to explain it. It's like, I don't know. You can't read right, or it's like the words, I don't know. I'm just taking a minute to kind of like snap back where I could get focused. Okay. Wake up, wake up, wake up. I'm not ready to stop. I want to keep reading them because I'm interested. Yeah, right, Nick. Let me say hi to a couple of people that might wake me up. Oh, thank you. Hey, Temptress. I know, yeah. Yep. Okay, let's try this. All right, so where are we at? So we're at so they're saying how that it was hard. There had been connected amount of the footprints went after the yards connected due to the amount of rock landscaping. So it was unable to see where the footprints went, but they appear to lead west, but between the residents, but they were unable to tell because the yards connected due to the amount of rock landscaping. I also wasn't able to discern how old they were because there not been any recent snowfall. Sergeant Gunderson entered the residence to continue taking photos of the scene. I entered through the bottom floor, main floor on the north side. I took photographs of the rooms and living areas of the residence. The photos were downloaded onto a CD and booked into evidence. The photos were labeled in this report with a brief description of each photo. As I was down the road of the address near the King Road and Queen Road intersection, I was approached by a college-aged male who identified himself as Jay. He informed me he lived at the blank King Road apartment. He stated his blank lived upstairs at 1122 King Road, and they share a dog that was there. So this is Jack, the ex, Kaylee's ex. Okay, so currently, Jack, Kaylee's ex, did not appear to have obvious wounds on his hands, as I would assume the suspect possibly would. Officer Nunez was interviewing subjects about the situation. I asked Jack if he would wait inside. Officer Nunez, if he would wait inside Officer Nunez's police car. So we could talk to him. He agreed, and I informed Sergeant Gunderson of the circumstances involving Jack. Jack later responded to the police department to be interviewed and then picked up the dog from the Moscow Humane Society. I continued to canvass the area and speak with the neighbors at blank and blank Queen Road, who stated that they did not hear or see anything relevant. I spoke with subjects at King Road. Wait, did I read that wrong? Okay, I spoke with the subjects at King Road, so a different address at King Road. One resident, DL, stated that she was walking home from the corner club at about 3 a.m. and thought she could hear music or some type of noise, but she couldn't give any clarifying information more than that due to her level. And She couldn't give any more information because of her level of intoxication that night. Okay. I spoke with subjects at Blank King Road. The majority of them stated that they were out drinking at the corner club and got a ride back to their place at about 1:30 a.m. and went to sleep about 2 a.m. They did not hear anything out of the ordinary. Blank King Road resident blank or BP, the BP stated that at about 4 a.m. he heard a dog barking coming from the east of his residence. He believed it was the dog at 1122 King Road. Um, as he thought that was the only dog in the area. He stated the dog sounded like it was outside and it was barking for about 45 minutes until he believed someone must have let it inside at 4:45 a.m. when it stopped. Well, he probably just let himself inside if that door was wide open. B stated that he had a female with him in bed at the time who also heard the dog barking at this time. I spoke with the residents at Blank King Road. PC informed me that they had a camera facing the west of the address that they believed captures a portion of the road. They first provided me with the SIM card out of the camera. However, they could not get it to work, and neither could I. They gave me the username and password. I informed Detective Mowry, and the information they gave me I informed Detective Mowry of the information, and they gave me permission to access the camera footage and record the necessary surveillance photo or video. So the photo log is key on retaining wall north, front address, got parking lot, VEH Black Ford Explorer, Washington. I'm sure that means Washington license plate. Parking lot, northwest corner, parking lot, west side yard. Front east of address. We got vehicle Black Ford Explorer, seat of blank, seat of red Jeep. Oh, that's a back seat of something, back seat of front seat of. Oh, I missed these are all the address 1122 parking lot, front address, front east of address, all this. Okay. Driver side of blank. So we got back seat, front seat, VIN, half corner of that house, the east side yard, front, white Chevy Cruze, Range Rover, front seat, back seat. Okay, a bunch of stuff. First floor bedroom, west, second floor, living room. Why do I have to be tired when I don't want to be tired? The coffee, sometimes you get, have you ever do, it's like coffee doesn't even help sometimes. Okay, so that's done with that one. Now let me try the next one. Okay, the next one is on 11/13 at 11:56 a.m. I responded to an unconscious subject at 1122 King Road. Upon my arrival, I found a large gathering of people in the parking lot immediately north of 1122 King Road. 1122 King Road is a white 3-story single family residence with multiple bedrooms. The 1122 designation is located directly above the front door, facing north. I was directed to a bedroom on the second floor by Hunter in the northwest corner. So we know that was Xana's room. So I'm trying to see how they're describing the bedrooms, so then we could go back and how they described some of the bedrooms and know. So yeah, that would be the northwest corner is Xana's bedroom. Okay. And directly above the front door. Okay. So they do call the front the same thing that I was calling the front. Okay, so the northwest bedroom by Hunter. He was directed by Hunter to that bedroom to locate the unresponsive female. Upon entering the room, I observed a female laying supine on the floor. Um, next, sorry. Oh, okay, so she was laying on the floor next to a bed. According to Dylan, this female was likely Kaylee, but we know this is what they were talking about on, I think, a News Nation, where they mistakenly called uh Xana Kaylee on one of these. So this is the one. So this is actually supposed to be Kaylee. So now for the rest of this document, when they say Kaylee, it's Xana, at least when they're talking about this. Okay, so the female was likely Xana. Dylan also lived at 1122. I observed dry blood surrounding Xana's body and signs of cutting trauma to her face. Cutting to her I just hate him. Xana was covered in so much blood, I wasn't able to immediately discern where any additional injuries would have likely been. Um, Xana was apparently deceased due to her pale skin color, rigid body tone, and apparent blood loss. So, on the bed in the same room, I observed, in the same room that I observed Xana, I observed a male lying supine on the bed. According to Dylan, the male was likely Ethan. Dylan said Ethan was commonly at the residence. I observed blood covering portions of Ethan's legs, surrounding his body into the bed sheets, and drops of blood on the wall near Ethan's head. Oh my God. As I backed out of the room, Hunter showed me a kitchen knife and said he had it in his possession. I told Hunter to leave the knife and go back down the stairs to the front entrance. Officer Warner and I moved to visually clear the residence for any suspects or additional victims on the third floor. According to Dylan, these two females were likely, so they put Xana for Kaylee. So yeah, they just switched around him. So the two females on the third floor were likely Kaylee and Maddie. One female showed an apparent traumatic injury to her face due to the basic facial structure being unrecognizable. Both females showed very pale skin. Both females were covered in dry blood and apparently deceased. After the residence was deemed safe, Officer Warner and I exited the residence to secure it and the immediate area, to include the parking lot immediately to the north of the residence. I walked outside and began interviewing Dylan. Dylan told me at approximately 4 a.m., she heard a voice scream and believed it to be Kaylee. Um, Dylan said she heard Kaylee scream and announce there was somebody inside the residence. Dylan said she could hear Kaylee run from the third floor down the stairs to the second floor. That's what's confusing, I think. Yeah. Either she meant Xana or what we were talking about before. It was Kaylee, but it wasn't her running downstairs. It was just her maybe fighting Bryan. I mean, who knows? The only person that knows what happened was that freaking psycho. Anyway, the way that he acted yesterday with that face, and you could tell he was mad. Dude, when the judge asked if he has anything to say and he didn't, what did he say? I respectfully decline, or whatever he freaking said. Did you see how mad it looked like he was so mad and just like, so like, people should feel bad for him. Like, oh my God, he's the one being treated bad. Like, are you kidding me? Like, oh, he's so evil. Anyway, so yeah, what I was saying is, now after I saw how he act, I don't know, maybe he won't ever tell us. Because a part of me before that was thinking maybe eventually he will come out, just because, not because out of the goodness of his heart or anything, but because he wants that, like, ooh, I'll show, want to like almost brag what he did. You know what I'm saying? So he might still. God, I can't stand him. Anyway, so at 4 a.m., she heard a voice scream, believed it to be Kaylee's. Dylan said she heard Kaylee scream and announce there was somebody inside the residence. Dylan said she could hear Kaylee run from the 3rd floor down the stairs to the 2nd floor into the northwest bedroom. Dylan said she locked herself in her bedroom and continued to hear commotion. Dylan said eventually she stopped hearing a struggle and heard a male voice say, "You're going to be fine. I'm going to help you." Ugh. Dylan said she did not recognize the male's voice. Dylan said after a few minutes, she peeked out of her room and observed a male described as approximately 6 feet tall. Wait, the last one, it was like, didn't she say 5'10"? But that could be them. Like sometimes they make mistakes and typos and stuff. But you know what? When you're in that situation, you're drunk. Even if you're not drunk and you get a good look at the thing, witness memory is it's not very good. Like as far as like to guess a height, I feel like. Anyway, so he was 6 feet, slim build, black ski mask. So she saw him leave the 2nd floor patio area. This patio door was likely left open as it was found open upon my arrival. Are you talking about the kitchen door? Okay. So when he says open, does he mean like the door was actually open or it was just unlocked? Because the door that was left wide open, they said the front door. That they weren't talking about the patio door. I was thinking they were talking about the one of the other doors, right? I interviewed an additional roommate, Bethany, who told me she was at the residence during the commotion. Bethany said she was on the 2nd floor in the living room watching Vampire Diaries with Dylan. Oh, okay. And an unidentified person named L. Oh, they were watching. That was a little bit earlier. Okay, so they were all watching Vampire Diaries. Bethany said at approximately 2 a.m. on 11/13, Madison and Kaylee came home from a night out at the Corner Club. It was located at blank in Moscow. Bethany said she also believed Madison and Kaylee went to the grub truck, wandering kitchen truck that was commonly located in the 300 block of South Main. Bethany said she and Madison let Madison's dog out. Murphy, and sometime between 2 a.m. and 2:30. Bethany said during this time she observed no suspicious activity. Bethany said she returned inside while Madison was still outside with Murphy. Bethany said she went to bed or about around 2:30. Bethany said Madison came into her bedroom sometime after 2:30 hours to ask if she knew where Murphy was. Bethany said she told Madison no, and Madison left. Bethany said she woke up in her bedroom, which was located on the 1st floor, to a sound she described as a firecracker and a flash. Wait a minute, guys. I just thought of another. These are just scenarios that could be totally off. What if Murphy never came in? Because she comes in, maybe she let Murphy out and then she couldn't find him. He didn't come in. So what if Maddie left that door open so he could come in? Like, I'm going to leave this open so when Murphy like, can't find him, at least he could be able to come in. And then she ended up going upstairs and falling asleep, or who knows, maybe she was up. But then when Bryan came, I don't know. It's just a thought. Because the whole thing, Murphy not her going to Bethany's like, "Where's Murphy at?" Okay, so the firecracker thing though too is weird. What would be the firecracker, guys? Anyway, so she said, Bethany said she told Madison no, and Madison left. Bethany said she woke up in her bedroom, which was located on the 1st floor, to a sound described as a firecracker and a flash. Bethany said she initially thought the sound was a prank. According to Bethany's phone log, she showed me Bethany called Xana at 4:21, Ethan at 4:22, Madison at 4:22, Madison again at 4:30, then Kaylee at 4:31. Bethany said she never received an answer on each phone call. Bethany said that she went back to sleep and woke up around 11:56 hours when they called 911. But wait, remember, so she said woke up at 11:56, and then I swear Dylan said she woke up at 11, but we saw that they made phone calls or texts or something at like 10 a.m., remember? But, like, I know, like, when something like happens, their timing could be off. They could be off an hour, and it's not like they're purposely lying, but, sometimes it's hard to remember the time and stuff. Who knows? Anyway, initially, I was told Kaylee was likely located on the second floor bedroom with Ethan. Xana, remember they had that wrong. So I was told that Xana was likely located on the second floor bedroom with Ethan. After comparing Dylan's initial statement with other investigations, officers' observations, it appeared to actually be Xana that was located on the floor of that bedroom. Um, and Kaylee was the one of the other females located on the third floor. I also observed the following vehicles in the gravel parking lot that was immediately north of the 1122 building. A silver 2015 Land Rover, which that one was Kaylee's new car, wasn't it? A blue, oh no, look, it says registered to never mind, JS. Wait a minute. I don't know. What was her new car? Oh no, that's a 215, so that wouldn't be. I swear, didn't she get like a brand new car? Blue 2010 Honda Civic with Arizona license plates. 2014 Chevy Cruze, Idaho plates. Red 2011 Jeep with Washington plates. 2017 Ford Explorer, it's a black with Washington plates. Yeah, but who do they have tased? That's the only thing, like, and then somebody brought up yesterday that if if he tased her, wouldn't doesn't tasers leave marks? They would bring up like, wouldn't she have one of the whoever they tased would have like taser marks? I don't know though. Huh. And like who would it have been? Because she heard it on the first floor. Dylan said she didn't hear it. Nobody was on the first floor for him to tase. It's just weird. But I mean, maybe. Very odd, very odd. Oh, so okay, so the Honda Civic was registered to JK. Um, is that maybe uh Xana's dad? Maybe he got it was, because a lot of times in college it could be registered to your parents, maybe. I don't know. The white Chevy was registered to KL. The Jeep was registered to JC or O, and then the black Ford Explorer was JC. JO. I don't know. I was originally assigned to identify all the people in the area. However, I was reassigned by Sergeant Gunnerson to begin a search warrant application. At approximately 1628, I returned to King Road to assist with securing Southwest patio entrance. I took responsibility from Officer Warner in documenting who entered and exited that residence. I provided this documentation approximately 1750 hour. So Smith recording entry. So going down like who entered that, so they could probably figure out like because they know the guy, whoever the murderer is, like walked out there. So that's like if there's footprints or any clues, he walked out that way. They said, Dylan said. Okay, so the next one. I wonder if I could do. Oh, it's always a little bit too much. But hold on, 250 will be good, I bet. There we go. No, that's I'll do 240. Okay, maybe 230. I just wanted it big for you guys if you guys want to follow. I like to read with people there, or that's a little bit. I'm sorry, guys. Let's see what the perfect one is because it just depends on what the article is. Some are, oh, screw it. Oh my God. Don't be mad. There we go. That's good, right? Okay. All right. So on 11/13 at 11:58 a.m., I responded to a report of an unconscious person. Dispatch advised a female was passed out from intoxication and not waking up. Dispatch advised there was a male seen in the room with the female last night. A short time later, dispatch advised that the female was not conscious and not breathing. As I arrived, Officer Nunez advised over the air it happened to be a homicide. I saw a small group of females outside the home in the parking lot. One female advised the roommate was on the second floor and needed help. I went to Officer Nunez's location at the west bedroom on the second floor and passed a male in the living room, later identified as Hunter. Officer Nunez advised that the female and a male in the bedroom had blood on them and appeared to be beyond help. I walked out of the bedroom toward Jay and saw a clean steak knife on a beer pong table. Um, I pointed out the knife to Nunez. Jay said he got the steak knife from the kitchen because he arrived and saw the female on the bedroom floor. That's Hunter Johnson. That's his last name with the J. So, yeah. So Hunter said he got the steak knife from the kitchen because I mean I'd be scared too. You go in there and you see this is a murder scene. You don't know if the people are still there. Ah. So he said he got the kitchen when he arrived and saw the female on the bedroom floor covered in blood and did not know if there was anyone else present in the room. Hunter said he checked the room with the knife for protection. Officer Nunez and I walked to the first floor entrance with Hunter. I asked the females and Hunter if there was anyone else in the apartment, and they did not know. I told Officer Nunez that the home was not secure, and we started the process of clearing it. Wow. On the third floor in the southeast bedroom, I saw two clothed females lying on a bed on their backs who appeared deceased. One female on the left side of the bed in relation to the bedroom door had an extreme amount of lacerations to her face and upper body, which made her unrecognizable. The other female had multiple lacerations on her upper body and some blood on her face. I walked to the far side of the bed to determine if the female on the right was beyond help. I saw the female's leg was off the ledge of the bed and it had lividity. Once I noticed lividity in the female's leg, I backed out of the room. Man. So wait, on the left, because I'm trying to, because remember the way that that room was so small, like the bed had to be pushed up. It was pushed up against the wall, right? So when they say, so one female on the left side in the bed in relation to the bedroom door, is it like looking? Would you say that the person they're talking about that's on the left? I know it's Kaylee, but would that be the person? Would they be on the outside of the bed, right? Because then Maddie on the one, like, next to the wall? Is that how it was? I'm trying to picture who's on which side, because that would be like, if you were the person, it would be the left, and then was Maddie right here, and then the wall was next to Maddie, right? Am I thinking about that right, guys? Does anybody know? Because it's important to me to figure out, like, to try to figure out what happened, like, why, like, who was on the outside, and because he's walking in, so the one on the outside of the bed would have been closer to him. You know what I'm saying? So, like, the way my brain works is I want to try to figure it all out. So, like, that kind of stuff is important to try to figure out, considering Kaylee had the most, she had the different injuries, and I just can't figure out why, trying to figure that out. It's so weird but I think she fought. So if she was on the outside, so maybe Maddie was. Oh, Kaylee was up against the wall. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Casey. So when they say left, then they're talking about like in relation to the door. So if you're at the door at the left. Okay. Thank you. So, trying to, but man, I hate him. Anyway, okay, so in relation to the bedroom, okay, hold on. So it's saying, so one female on the left side of the bed in relation to the bedroom door had an extreme amount of lacerations to her face and upper body, which made her unrecognizable. The other female had multiple lacerations on her upper body and some blood on her face. I walked to the far side of the bed to determine if the female on the right was beyond help. I saw the female's leg was off the bed. So that's Maddie, the one that they were saying, let me see if she's beyond help. They were trying to figure out Maddie, right? She was on the right. So Maddie's leg was off, hanging off the bed. So once he saw lividity, he backed out of the room. Officer Nunez and I checked the rest of the third floor and saw it was clear. There was a poodle in the west bedroom on the bed, which was later taken to the Humane Society. After clearing, oh, Murphy was probably so scared too, and like was like, "What the heck's going on?" And I'm now I'm thinking he probably chased him out, was trying to protect him. Ugh. After clearing the home, I briefly interviewed Jay. Jay said he was at his apartment, blank, and his girlfriend, EA. No, that's Hunter because they're going by his last name. So they interviewed Hunter. He said he was at his apartment with his girlfriend, EA. Received a phone call from one of the girls who live there. Hunter said A was called by one of the residents. So he's saying his girlfriend was called by one of the residents who said they cannot wake the female on the floor. Um, Hunter said that he came over to the home at approximately 11:55 a.m. Hunter said he saw the female on the floor in the bedroom and did not see the male on the bed who he identified as Ethan before grabbing the knife. Wow. So he sees. That's why, remember on the phone they kept talking about her and like maybe they don't see Ethan, like they must not see him. So he didn't. He's saying when he first went in, he just seen Xana. Am I reading that right? Wait, where is it? Resident who cannot make. Yeah, Hunter said he saw the female on the floor in the bedroom and did not see the male on the bed, who he identified as Ethan, before grabbing the knife. So then he goes in the kitchen, grabs the knife, then goes back in, check the closet. Remember, he said, I wanted to make sure, is there anybody in here? And then he said that he entered the bedroom, checked the female's pulse, found none. Hunter said he did not check Ethan and left the home. Wait a minute. So is he saying he didn't even see Ethan? Period. I think. Is that what? Yeah. Almost sounds like he didn't even see him even when he went back in. Are you guys getting that? So I don't think he even seen Ethan. Then he checked because that's probably because he would have. Well, that's why he wouldn't have checked his pulse. I mean, he would have checked his pulse too. So I think he went in with the knife, making sure he checked her pulse, and then left and didn't even see Ethan, huh? Wow, that might be for the better because that was his like good friend. I mean, he's friends with Xana too, but I don't know. Wow. Yeah, it sounds like he didn't even see him. Huh. Anyway, so yeah, so then he did not check Ethan. He left the home. I thanked Hunter for talking with me and told him he could go stand with his girlfriend, who was with the other residents in the front of the home. I stood by the front door and started the crime scene log at 12:15. Sergeant Gunderson relieved me for 3 minutes so I could get my gloves during my time at the front door. At approximately 3:02 p.m., I was relieved by Officer Rosinski, who took possession of the crime scene log and returned to the station. At approximately, let's see, 3:28 p.m., I came back to the scene and relieved Officer Smith, who was standing at the rear sliding glass door, which was found open when officers arrived. So it was actually, I'm thinking when they mean open, open, right? Because some people could say open and they just mean unlocked. You see what I'm saying? Now, obviously, Wait, help me out, guys. When that neighbor said the front door was wide open, what he meant like the door, right? So that would so both doors were open, or it was it that one the whole time? 'Cause that would mean that 2 doors were open. Or does he just mean unlocked? Help me out. Because I swear the neighbor that saw the door open, it was like a door that was like the different door. I don't know. Now I'm a little bit confused here. Let's see. So, okay, so I came back to the scene. So your main, which was found open. I remained at the back door until I was relieved by Officer Nunez. Because he might just mean the sliding door was unlocked. I don't know though. Anyway, so okay, that one's done. Let's go to the next one. But the neighbor meant the door was like wide open, but I think he meant the other one, a different door. Yeah, that's true. That's true. But actually, I'm kind of glad that Hunter didn't see Ethan because at least he didn't see two people, two of his friends dead. Oh my God. I feel like I have to let the water go back down the straw. I think that's what was happening is drink it and then hurry up and shut the lid and it holds that water up in the straw. Okay, so here we go. 11:13 at 12 p.m., I responded to the King Road house in reference to possible homicide. Nunez arrived on scene and found a total of 4 deceased individuals. Officer informed other units he believed this to be a homicide. When I arrived, I went to the second floor. I observed a female wearing a sweatshirt and underwear laying in the middle of the bedroom floor covered in blood. I observed a deep laceration indicative of defense wounds on the female's hands. The female was surrounded by blood on the floor. I observed a male laying on the bed. The male appeared to have suffered from stab wounds and a laceration to the neck. The male was covered in blood, and the bedding around him was soaked in blood. In a third floor bedroom, I observed 2 females laying in the bed, which appeared to have been stabbed to death. The female laying on the left half of the bed, as I looked at it, okay, as he looked at it, is on the left half of the bed, so that would have been the one closer to the wall, right? So Kaylee was unrecognizable. Her face was completely disfigured and was stabbed several times. I was unable to comprehend exactly what I was looking at while trying to discern the nature of the injuries. The second female on the right half of the bed had multiple stab wounds. The comforter was soaked in blood, and a pool of blood was still present. I was assigned to hold security at the rear slider door. This was the alleged point of entry of the suspect. I observed very large footprints in the snow. I used a tape measure, and the shoe size measured approximately 13.5 to 14 inches. The footsteps went to and from the rear slider door. I observed the trail of the footsteps head away from the slider, then turn right around the stump in the backyard and lead toward the front of the house. Wait, the front of the house? I observed a set of small handprints on the window to the east of the slider. So, huh. The screen to this window appeared damaged and was laying on the ground. I located a smudged fingers on the glass slider door, smudged fingerprints. There was a discarded black backpack in the backyard. I photographed these items and attached them to the case. So I don't think those fingerprints would have been his because he probably was wearing gloves. I don't think he was that stupid. You know what I'm saying? To touch him with his fingerprints, right? Now, do you guys think that he got in by um that window? He took the screen out and got in right there? Or What do you guys think? Or was that just a coincidence that was just out? And then another thing is, do you think that black backpack was his? I wouldn't think that he would have left his backpack there though. I don't know. Anyway, hopefully they give us some answers if there was like what was well no. They obviously didn't find DNA, his DNA on the backpack because they would have said. Anyway, I maintained rear security until I was relieved. The only person to enter from that point was Captain Lanier. Okay, so what do we got here? Um, oh, this is 29 pages. What do we got? Subpoena. Oh, huh. Huh. Okay. Oh, wait, look, involved. What? So we got involved, witness, involved, mentioned, mentioned, make. Hold on. Let me see here. So involved, we have, there's offender, Bryan. Involved, SD. These stupid, everything's redacted. You can't tell. Mentioned. I just want to see if we get notice. Yeah, no, we can't tell crap. Okay. All right, I'm gonna skip all this evidence incident, unless if you want me to read through it. But I feel like we had that. We had some of the evidence that they collected at Bryan's. Remember, we had the list. So I don't know. Yeah, I'm not gonna. We did dark clothes, computer. Yeah, we definitely had it. At least Bryan's warrant stuff. All right, so there is something at the bottom that I wanted to read because I put this in the, yeah, here we go. Okay, so Kaylee Gonzalez, Ethan Chapin. Okay, so all the victims here were found deceased. Yeah. Okay, 11:13 at 11:56, MPD officers responded to an unconscious call. The RP, later identified as Bethany, reported her roommate was passed out, not conscious, and not breathing. As I was preparing to leave the station, Officer Nunez, who was already on scene, advised of a likely homicide and asked for additional units while I was en route. They had located 2 additional victims. The victims were later identified as Kaylee and Ethan. Oh, wait, the victims, oh, they named them all. Kaylee, Ethan, Xana, and Madison. Moscow EMS was asked to stage and not respond to the scene unless requested. Upon arrival, I saw Hunter crouching near the entrance to King H or 122 King Road. Hunter was in an obvious emotional distress. I entered through the first floor door, which faces north towards the parking lot. I announced myself as Moscow police officer and heard Officer Nunez Warner respond from upstairs. When I got to the second floor, I saw a female covered in blood in the bedroom. on the northwest side of the second floor. I believe this female to be Xana. I looked inside the bedroom Xana was laying, and it was obvious an intense struggle had occurred. Xana was obviously deceased. There's blood smeared on various items in the room and all over the floor. There was blood cast off on the walls in various places, including above Xana's body. Xana was on her back on the floor in the center of the room with her head towards the west. Xana was in her underwear and a long sleeve gray shirt. Both her shirt and underwear were covered in blood. Xana's face and body was covered in dried blood. I could see what happened to be defensive knife wounds on Xana's hands. Or what did I say? I could see what appeared to be defensive knife wounds on her hands. There was a deep gash on Xana's left hand between her pointer finger and thumb. So it's probably like right here, like defense, she's grabbing it. Oh. She had the most stab wound because she had 50 plus, they said. I think Kaylee was 20 plus, right? Ethan, it sounds like, because they got him like in the, or he, I can't stand him. Bryan, I mean. Okay. A partially covered male was on the bed, and he also obviously deceased. I believe this male to be Ethan. The midsection of Ethan's body was covered with a blanket. Ethan's head wasn't visible. Wait, where am I at? Ethan's head wasn't visible and appeared to be between the bed and the south wall. There was some blood cast off and what appeared to be an arterial blood spray above where Ethan's head was located. I feel like he just got him like in the neck where it just, oh. So his head was between the bed and the wall, and that's probably why Hunter didn't even see him. And then he had a blanket in his midsection, they said, and I proceeded upstairs to the third floor where I met Officer Nunez and Warner. They advised the residence was clear of any additional people. There was a dog belonging to Kaylee in the third floor west bedroom, which has access to the third floor deck. The deck has no exterior access to the ground level. I asked Corporal Snyder to cordon off the area and Officer Nunez to start identifying the subjects that were on scene when he arrived. I asked Officer Warner to start a crime scene log at the front entrance. Once Officer Smith arrived on scene, I asked him to stand guard at the kitchen sliding door, which I later learned was ajar upon our arrival. Okay, there you go. So it was ajar, actually. Okay. So are you guys under the impression that when the neighbor described the door, that was like the front door that was different? It was like not the sliding door, but a different door. On the third floor, I went to the SE bedroom where Officer Nunez was, or the southeast bedroom, sorry. Nunez and Warner advised they found two females whom I believe to be Kaylee and Madison. Both females were obviously deceased. I observed Kaylee lying on the north side of the bed and Madison lying on the south side of the bed with their heads towards the east. Kaylee and Madison were covered by a pink blanket, which was covered in blood. There were a large pool of blood near Kaylee's midsection. There was blood cast off on the east and north walls above Kaylee and Madison. Madison appeared to be laying up against Kaylee. Madison had what appeared to be wounds to her forearm and hands. Madison had a gash under her right eye, which appeared to go from the corner of her eye to her nose. Kaylee was unrecognizable as her facial structure was extremely damaged. I asked Officer Nunez to close the door to the bedroom so the dog did not try to disturb the scene. Other than that action, MPD patrol officers left the scene as it was found. I was later confirmed with Officer Nunez that there was no EMS personnel entered prior to my arrival. I contacted Captain Barrett and advised him of the situation. Captain Barrett said he would activate detectives and get more resources en route. Once Detective Sergeant Lawrence arrived on scene, he requested one of the responding patrol officers begin writing a search warrant, which was assigned to Officer Nunez. Corporal Snyder was assigned to take initial photos of the scene while Officer Smith and Warner remained as security at both entrances. I collected the dog from the third floor and took it outside. LCSO Deputy Olson transported the dog to the Humane Society on my behalf. Officer Nunez was interviewing a large group of individuals which were associated with the residents. Officer asked that I finish getting contact information. So they said and then I contacted and later added the following names to this call. So I'm sure all those students and got them all, I'm sure. Okay. One of those individuals' names were collected, or once they were collected, they responded to MPD to be interviewed. I assisted with a canvass of the area and was assigned the southernmost apartments. I contacted the residents following apartments whom claimed they didn't hear anything. Huh. So I contacted the residents following. Okay. So it says blank and blank. I attempted a contact at the following apartments with no response. Blank and blank. There is no apartment blank or blank. I remained associated with the call and assisted with scene security until approximately 6 p.m. Follow up. All right. Man, why am I so thirsty? I think it's helping to keep me awake too a little bit. Yeah, I think Jack picked up Murphy. Jack got him. Kaylee's ex, Marnie. Okay, so on 11/13, 12 hours, it called me and informed me there had been multiple victims. I know these are repeats of all the different officers and people that came in, but I feel like each one they have like they'll add like something maybe they noticed that others don't. I mean, well, I could skip through some of it here. Let's see. So where are we at? They requested all available detectives. I called out Detective Vargas, who was informed she was out of town and would be back in Moscow on Monday morning. I called Detective Mowry, and he informed me he would be on his way shortly. I called ISP Lieutenant Mike Mooney. I told him I need assistance from ISP detectives in processing the crime scene. Lieutenant Mooney put me in contact with Sergeant Gilbertson. I briefed Gilbertson on what I knew, and he told me he would start to assemble his team. I responded on scene. He met Sergeant Gunderson. They informed me the officers were dispatched to an unconscious person. They found 4 deceased college people, college-age people. So I told Sergeant I needed someone from his team to return to the police department to start writing an affidavit for a search warrant. Sergeant Gunderson asked Officer Nunez to handle that task. I then did a brief walkthrough of the residence. I entered the residence from the entrance on the north side of the building. Officer Warner, who was securing the scene, logged my entrance into the residence. I then went up the stairs and located a deceased female on the floor and male in the bed. So it was Xana and Ethan in the west bedroom on the second floor. I climbed the stairs to the third floor and located 2 deceased females in the southeast bedroom. They were both in the bed. Spoke with Officer Smith, who was securing the residence at the south entrance for a moment. Then I exited the residence through the north entrance. Officer Warner noted my departure. I called Sergeant Gilbertson and informed him of the additional information provided to me and what I had seen. I told him MPD would be needing their assistance. Okay, I returned to the police department where I met Sergeant Blaker. This is I requested they interview the other occupants of the residence where the deceased were located. They were also several friends of the deceased who had been with the deceased that night and may have had information of their whereabouts and who they were with prior to the murders. Those interviews started at about 13:48, so that would be 1:48. To be interviewed at the PD about 1:30 hours. I put them in the training room and provided them with drinks and snacks. Um, Captain Lanier arrived and asked me how he could help. I requested he find officers that were not already tasked and complete a canvass of the neighborhood. Captain took care of the neighborhood canvassing at about what 2:23 JK. So that I think that was Xana's dad, and the blank Xana, or so Xana's dad, the something Xana. Oh, it probably says the father of Xana. I bet you that's what it says that they redacted. Arrived at the PD. He was informed of Xana's death by Captain Dalinger. Captain Barrett informed me that Ethan Chapin's family had been notified of Ethan's death. Captain Barrett asked me to take care of the death notifications for Maddie. Where am I at? And Kaylee. Captain Barrett provided me with the information the university had on file for Mogan and for Maddie and Kaylee. There was no emergency contact information for either, so I called Kootenai County Dispatch due to Mogan and Gonzalez's home addresses being in Kootenai County. I know. I provided what? Oh, just the dispatcher? I provided something, the KCSO dispatcher of the addresses listed with the university for Maddie and Kaylee. M told me that she had the names S and C and G listed as residents of the address provided for Kaylee. Oh, Steven. Why don't I know? Why don't I know what Kaylee's mom's name is? Anyway, I requested a death notification for them. I was contacted by Deputy Mitch Jan from KCSO. He asked what he could tell the parents, and I informed him we knew very little at this time. A short time later, Deputy Jan called me and told me that when he arrived to give the notification, the parents were already aware. That's crazy. I remember them saying that too. Yeah. Struggling, guys. I don't want to end this, but my narcolepsy is acting up where it's like I don't want to sleep. I'm not tired, but I ain't. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's crazy because with no control. It's different because I didn't always have this. I think it was like an effect from all my years of drug use. That somehow I got some symptoms like narcolepsy. I don't know. But like so. It's just so weird that I literally cannot control it to not sleep. I don't, it's so weird. So I keep taking sips of water because I feel like it's helping kind of keep me awake. Okay, where are we at? It does. It gives me like a little recharge when I first take it. The water plus I'm thirsty. Okay, so where are we at? Tell the parents I informed we knew very little, was not able to locate. Okay, so I also provided Maddie's address. Blank was not able to locate anyone with that name at the address. M said she would send an officer by the residence to make contact. A short time later, Officer Matt Sykes, oh yeah, Sykes or something, request I call him. When I made contact with Officer Sykes, he told me S and K L blank of Madison, or probably parents of Madison, maybe, were driving to Moscow about 20 minutes earlier. My conversation with Officer Sykes, the L arrived um at the PD. The L? Oh, maybe that's um I bet you that's her mom's last name. Whoever she married, her stepdad maybe. And then L is them, so they're saying the L like their last name, like I'm trying to think of a last name that begins with an L just to make it up. I can't even think of a last name that begins with an L. Help me out. Like that would I don't know. That's so weird that I can't think of one. I don't know. Langs or something. The Lang, it's like I think it's her mom and her stepdad. I'm guessing from the context. Okay. So they are right. And remember, if you guys watched that day in Idaho, that documentary, remember they said they're like, no, you know what? Everybody was trying to call and they weren't getting answers, right? So they were hearing all this stuff because it was like that thing went out to all the students. And so remember that they said something like somebody called, wait, and they didn't believe it or something. Or like, we'll just go have lunch. Just go pick up Maddie and have lunch. Oh, that's right. I think they talked to Hunter or something, but Hunter didn't know that Maddie and Kaylee were up there. Remember? They didn't know. They only knew Xana and Ethan. They didn't know yet because they didn't get a chance to go up there. He didn't, and the cops came, and the cops wouldn't say or something. Remember that? You guys watched it. So then, um, they're like, no, well, Maddie's not answering her phone. But remember, the stepdad was almost in denial, like, no, she's probably fine. They're probably exaggerating. Let's go take her out to lunch. So they were on their way, and then they did get a hold of the law enforcement and said it was true, right? Oh, anyway, where are we at? So they were driving 20 minutes after my conversation. They arrived at the PD. Captain Barrett gave the death notification. Barrett requested the interview with them. And then I spoke with S and K in the lobby. So I'm thinking it's her dad, I'm guessing her stepdad and mom. They told me that they had a great relationship with Madison. She got along with everyone. She had a strong relationship with their boyfriend who lives in Boise. Um, Pretty sure it's Jake, right? Jake lives in Boise. Uh, that she had just gone to Boise to see him the weekend prior. Madison and Jake had been dating for about a year and a half, and Jake is from blank. And I asked if there were any problems with past boyfriends, and there were none to their knowledge. I asked if Madison had mentioned any stalking behavior from anyone or anyone or anyone that made her feel uncomfortable. And she said she never spoke of anything. The rest of my shift was spent allocating resources where they were needed. Okay, so now we got on 11/13, received a phone call advising me there's a quadruple homicide. I'm gonna skip through some of this. See if there's anything kind of stick out. It's added. Let's see. So they were so he received a phone call. He arrived to Moscow Police Department, put on his police uniform, and relieved Officer Werner at the above address. He was currently holding the scene security, maintaining a log of who came in and out of the front door, which is on the north side of the apartment. Um, Trying to think of what door they refer to what. Okay. I was on scene about 2 hours until I was relieved by Officer Morris, who took over my duties. The following day, 11:14, I learned that a sheath was found inside the apartment. The sheath was a tan in color and had a Marine Corps eagle, a globe, and anchor symbol on the sheath. The words USMS were located under the EGA, and K-Bar was above the EGA. I was tasked to follow up with business in town to see if the particular knife was sold there. I followed up with the Tri-State Outfitters Big Five, Sport Moscow Building Supply, Spence Hardware, Walmart. So looking about all the K-Bars. Each of the stores did not sell K-Bar. Oh, wait. Thanks, K-Gore. Or K-Girl, thank you. While at Walmart, I was speaking with staff member S, name listed on the tag, who was showing me the knives on display. She told me about 2 or 3 weeks ago, a white college age male, asked for a black ski mask that would cover his face. S was unable to provide much detail other than he was taller than she was and maybe had tan skin complexion. S said she advised the male that they did not have any black ski masks and only camo. So some guy came in asking, and she's like, "No, we don't have black ones. We only have camo." Camel. S said she S said the male then walked away. At about 11:45, I spoke with PR at the Memorial Gym substation. R is currently the blank for the fraternity. Um, I whatever fraternity. They redact the names of the fraternities too, I see. I asked R if he could walk me through what he did on the night of 11/12 in the early morning of 11/13. R said at about 18:30, so about 6:30 on 11/12, he was at a party. R said the party was at the Treehouse, which is an off-site campus house um for the sorority blank. R did not know the specific address, but said the house is near the White's apartments. R said at the party he saw EA, who was with E's boyfriend, unknown name. Um, Wait, he saw EA, who was with E's boyfriend, and unknown name H. R said A was the only member of blank that he recognized at the party. R said he left around 2200 or 23. It's 10 or 11. And R said he went back to blank and watched a movie with blank with what CDTR. Gosh, and KS. I don't know, because I don't know if they're using last names on some of the I mean, R said he went to the corner club around 1:49 AM on that night to pick up JG, which is I forget which one's I don't know. JD. So he went to pick up JD, JD, and NR. R said they were alone and not with anyone. R said he had dropped the three above individuals off at their apartment off King Road. R said that after he dropped them off, he went back home. JD is the one that's hold on. Why do I always keep forgetting JD is that's Kaylee's ex. So that's Jack. So JD would be Kaylee's ex. So remember, he was at the corner club. They said Kaylee didn't really talk to him much. He sat like on the other side of the bar. They said they had one little interaction, but that was about it. But supposedly they were cordial, like they had shared a dog. It didn't seem like it was like they were messy breakup or anything. It was more like I think she was moving, and I don't know. All right, let's see. Hold on a second. Because I got through all the ones I like went through today. Um, all right, let me do Files have info body cam. So these next ones though that I'm gonna go through, hold on, let me make sure. Wait, 51, 52, 60. I just want to make sure I don't double. They're gonna be ones that I haven't went through to see which ones are like interested or not. So I'll have to hurry up and like I might skip some of them. So I don't know what they are, is my point. So let me pull a couple of them up. So 51, 52. I want to make sure I don't pull double ones. So I already have 51 and 52. All right, hold on. So let's do hmm, wait a minute. Um Yeah, it's not. Hold on a second. How long am I on? So maybe I should wait because I'll get the rest organized of which ones are that I want to share and which ones are not. Because you know what I'm saying? These are all the ones I already have ready. The rest I don't, as far as trying to figure out what's what. So I'll probably just have to hold on. Where? Oh yeah, wait. Duh. Hold on a second, guys. That's why. I like almost want to go through more though. That's I want to go through like a couple more. Let's see. Hold on. 8. All right. I already went through this one. That's why. Sorry, I got a bunch of files. So let's try this one. Oh, hold on a second. 50. Yeah, I'll just wait because yeah, I'm already like I'll just get them ready because I got too much stuff here. I don't want to keep you guys waiting. Okay, but that was interesting, right? As much as I want to keep going, so I don't got any. Or what do you? I mean, what do you guys want to do? I just want to get them all more organized on which ones I already shared, which ones, because I have some double things that are doubled up. So what do you guys think though? Pretty crazy. I am so anxious and they're gonna just keep coming out. I'm like, yeah, as much as it's like, do I have time? It's like I'm gonna make time because I mean we've been waiting for how many years to see like all these details. I can't wait to I can't not do it, I feel like, you know. Plus 90, 100. Huh. Mhm. Oh, that's right. I was like on this one. Sorry, I'm just looking at something. 64. Okay, that's where I left off. All right. Anyway, yeah, I am because I'm getting tired. But anyway, what do you guys think? So let's just talk a little bit about this. I don't even know. I hope he freaking had. I hope he's miserable. I mean, just imagine what they went through, like feeling that they're safe in their own freaking bed and home, and how what he did, like how violent he was, and how he didn't care, like how I mean, he just went and did that, like he didn't even care. Like and then I keep thinking, like I know Anne has to do her job, his lawyer, so it's like it probably sucks for defense lawyers because no matter if they think the person's guilty or they could be the evilest person, but that's their job, right? So it's like you can't, you almost can't be mad. But the thing with we always wonder, like, do they believe that they're innocent, or are they just really good at their job and they're just, they're doing their job, Because if they're really good, you would think, you know what I'm saying? Watching them, you should think that they believe it because they're good at their job. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. Like, I hope she does interviews because my point is like, she's seen all these files and like, her keep, when she was saying like how he's innocent and stuff, but that's what defense lawyers do for their person usually, right? But does she really think that? And then the fact that she let him, I mean, not let him, but they did the plea deal. So it's like, I mean, she probably does know he's guilty. She was just doing a really good job and maybe making sure that he can appeal. So he is going to be locked up forever so he can't appeal it. You know what I'm saying? Be like, oh, ineffective counsel but then a part of me thinks maybe she really does think he's innocent, but she can't. And then if she does know, like she doesn't, let's say she doesn't think he's innocent. Does she really like feel bad for him and like think he's like, oh, he's a good guy or like, he deserves this or that? Like, how can you see what he did to them and even have any kind of sympathy for him? You know, I don't, like I said, I know she's doing her job and she did good. And I gotta give it to her. I mean, she's good at her job. I mean, she did good with that case. I feel like she represented him really good for like what she had to deal with. Like this is the case that she has to go by. So like for what she was given, I think she did good. I do. But like I just wonder if she really thinks he is. Because remember on Shonda's lawyer, I forget what his name was, but watching him, he was coming at Paul and trying to blame Paul and like how he was got pretty good. I was convinced that he thought like that she wasn't to blame because he was that good. Like, I mean, I thought he was pretty good. So, but then afterwards, he interviewed talking about it was the most horrific case, and no, he thought she was guilty as sin. Like, he was like, it's horrible what she did, basically. And I remember thinking, wow, like it's just so crazy because watching the trial, I was thinking like you were on her side and like that you thought, it really was Paul's fault and she was not her fault. But no, he just was doing his freaking job, you know? So like that's what I'm saying. Like Anne might end up doing an interview, but I don't know. She might wait a while because all these appeals. Oh no, I'm thinking of Wade. Well, I was getting these mixed up with Wade for a minute. The appeals, there won't be any appeals. Never mind. Oh my god, I'm tired, guys. I don't know. Do you think she'll do an interview in the future? She'll probably, I mean, I'm sure she'll wait a little bit to make sure that She might not though, out of respect for, because I do think she probably did develop some kind of relationship with the family. So maybe she won't, because if she does really think he's guilty, and then like to go up and do, like Sean, his lawyer, come out and basically, say how he feels in a way, but she might not because his family. So maybe not. Huh? Yeah, right. Well, guys, I'm going to continue these. So come back. I don't know if I'll do them tomorrow or the next day, but I'm going to continue going through them all. I'm going to see something really quick. Let me see if they didn't put anything else on. No. And I got the other stuff requested, but I don't know if like they might keep denying it because I've already got denied like 3 times, but they might keep denying it until it's ready. I wish they would just like they know what the stuff's going to be available and then just kind of wait. If they know like, okay, some of the stuff's going to be available, instead of keep making us request, just keep it, and then when it's available send it out, because some places will do that instead of like trying to like keep trying to request and not know, when should I request again, because then they're going to get so many requests, and if they just hold on to it so we don't have to keep requesting, and then when the stuff's available then do it. I'm talking about the other stuff with this case, not the documents. So I don't know what's going to be available now. Like I wonder what they're going to allow. Like oh, he's so, I hope they freaking treat him. I mean, I shouldn't say that, but I just hope that he has a bad time in there, you know? No, I could say that, yeah. But he's gonna be, like, so heavily protected, but somehow, like, sometimes they get through that stuff, like, all this protection and, you see it sometimes where, like, somehow they're able to get to the people, and sometimes I think it's, like, guards just kinda, like, letting some, if they just like, "This guy deserves it, I'm gonna actually let this forget to lock this," or no, I don't know if that would happen. I'm thinking of movies, but, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, he's gonna probably be in protective custody for a while, but, like, things can happen still sometimes, right? And just, ugh, I want him to freaking feel scared and suffer like how they did, and, like, because he has no freaking remorse. Nothing, like, he just sat there, and he's probably sitting there thinking, like, "Aha," like, "Oh, I know what happened, and I know, what, I don't know." He's just a jerk. He's just such a, oh. And it was crazy because Anne didn't have any reaction, his lawyer. Like, I don't know how she kept, like, just, like, constant, like, nothing. And, like, half the time it looked like she was sleeping. But it was crazy because Bryan just, like, did not stop staring at all the people, like, constant. Just like, let's watch that part over where he says, "I respectfully decline." Oh, I can't stand him. I don't know. I have, like, a lot of hatred for him right now, and I should need to let that go because it's probably not healthy. Like, after yesterday and then reading these documents, like, mm, I can't. I wanna punch him so bad. I'm gonna use another word, but I can't wanna say that because alright, let me find that. I wanna watch that really quick. I'll just watch it on my replay. Hold on. Yeah. Hold on, I wanna find it real quick. Hold on. Where he says, "I respectfully decline." I don't know, he just looked mad. Like, "Excuse me, Bryan, wait, wait, wait. you're mad. Like, it's like he's upset. Like he's the victim. Like I should be upset. Look, all these people saying like you're upset. Like, we're wasting your time and you're upset at what's going on here. No. All right. See, I'm trying to find it here. Hold on. Wait, where's the, oh, hold on, let me do it.
But due to the killer's incompetence and outstanding police work by numerous local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies, the person that slithered through that sliding glass door at 1122 King Road now stands before the world and this court unmasked. Or have to be
Wait, does he ask him before or after this? Hold on.
It can be who took their children.
Yes, she does, Shonda. But I don't know. I don't think it's going to be live streamed. I don't know. I forget. Does it? And I don't think do I have the time of it? I'll have to look, but I don't think it's going to be live streamed. It'll probably be like later on in the evening. One of the stations will replay it if they have cameras in there. And I can't guarantee there's even cameras. Did you see it anywhere, Casey? Look at him grinding his mouth. Look. Do you see that, guys? Hold on. Telling you, he is mad. Watch when I just go like this. Oh, yeah.
This is just my own opinion. Kohberger relevant.
Look at that. Oh my God. He's grinding. He is mad. Look at that. He's on something, maybe. Ew, I hate him. But do you guys know real quick, does he say that after the judge says it or not?
Resilience of the surviving family members of those wonderful children. I've listened also to the surviving roommates, both in person and through their friends. And I can't think of how, frankly, courageous they have been about spoken today. Hope that they can shed that label as it gives too much. They are.
I'm trying to find that part. And you can watch it the way when you do it like that, you can really see his mouth. Sorry, guys, I don't know where it's at. I know it's at the end here. But I really don't.
Again, thank you to everyone for your stories today. I am strengthened by them.
Oh, I guess it was before that. Hold on.
Those that have come here today in support of their loved ones, and I appreciate your courage and your strength.
And to fixed life for the murder defendant, and the nation to King Street for a long time became justice. It just on days it considered on 20 a special and
All right, Mr. Kohberger, you have an opportunity to make a statement if you wish to. I take it you are declining. I respectfully decline.
Oh, I don't know. I just hate him. I respectfully decline. It's so weird. Look how he looks up at, like, he's like a little kid, but evil too. I don't know. This guy is just, no. I'm so glad he's locked up.
All right, Mr. Kohberger, you have an opportunity to make a statement if you wish to. I take it you are declining. I respectfully decline. Well,
Look how he's looking at him. He's mad because the judge just said all that, right? Or has the judge said that yet?
please. All right, let me
No, he's saying it now.
start.
But does he not look mad? I hate him. I just hope he gets some jail, just like something, I don't know, something. Hmm. Just to have some kind of fear for a moment, like just beat up or something, or like, or treated like, that people are gonna be yelling. Because remember hearing the stories with Chris Watts, like, everybody knew him. Everybody knows this case is huge. And and he was in protective custody. Remember how like they had to move him to a different state, but like people were, yelling, "Go K yourself, go unalive yourself, or we're gonna get you," and just scaring the crap out of him, yelling through the cells and stuff. I just hope they do that to him every night. Yell and just where he hears it and he's afraid and they keep saying, like, "We're gonna get you, we're gonna get you." Yeah, it's oh. All right, guys, we'll continue the rest of those, like I said. Now that I see how doable it is to go through all of them, because a lot of them you could skip that has like the just stuff that's not like personal to the case, or it's just like talking about a warrant but doesn't tell you what you get or whatever. And then they're short. Like the longest one was like 29 pages, and that one just had the evidence list. So yeah, well, I'll go through them all with you guys. And then, hopefully we'll be able to get some of the videos and stuff. I did order, and I'm sure everybody else ordered them too, but, whenever they're available, I'm sure there's gonna be some available. I'm sure, I mean, we'll probably won't get them all, but I'm sure they'll release some of the stuff, some of the videos, body cams, interviews. Um, I don't think they'll do the jail calls for some reason, though. I don't know why. Even though they should, because since they pulled him for the case, they should be public. That's usually when the jail calls are available, when they pull them. But that's not always the case. Because they pulled him for what was the case I just ordered? Hold on. Where they pulled him and then they told me no, like they weren't available. So it's like sometimes, but usually if they don't pull them for the case, it's like such a lower chance that they'll be available. But we know they did because we heard them say that they listened to a bunch of them. And oh, somebody who told me that? Wait, somebody, was it an email or a message? I can't remember. But somebody was saying how Kohberger was or no, Kohberger's mom during the hearing was like mouthing, "I love you." Who told me? Is the person that told me that in here, and where? I didn't missed it. I did not see it. Where is Kohberger's mom? I don't remember who told me that, but I don't feel like this is the family side, or like I don't see any family there. I feel like is there those reporters or some of the media? I don't know. Anybody? I don't remember who told me. Let me see if it's my email. Somebody emailed me maybe? I don't remember. Oh, it wasn't my email. Anybody know? True crime TikTok page? Oh, okay, so that did happen, but yeah. Because if they're mousing it, that means you would have to be able to see it, right? So if we can't see her, how would anybody see it? I don't know, but somebody said that, and then somebody actually messaged me. Maybe it was a text, and you're saying that you heard it on the true crime. Let me see. Hold on. It's got to be a text because it's not an email. Hold on. But I only talked to. Hold on a second. I got. I need to turn my phone where it vibrates or something when messages, because I got some message you're muted, and I just know. Look, I gotta figure out how I want to keep the phone, Delana. Okay. Thanks though. Hold on a second. Let me see something. I don't know. It doesn't matter. But yeah, somebody definitely told me. Oh, you're answering me? Ashley? No. Okay. That's not where, I don't think that's right. So I feel like it was somebody that told me, but is that where they got it from? Ashley? Okay. I don't think that's where I would have heard it. Well, let me think. Because I did watch one of her things, but I don't think that it's where. Now that I'm not saying she didn't say it, but I'm just trying to think of who told me. But that's probably wherever the person heard it too. Huh. Okay, so if Ashley Banfield, you're saying Ashley Banfield said it, did she show the part where it happens then? Can you email me where it happens? Where she plays it? Does she play it? 2 people in court, Bryan and another person. That's oh, okay, thank you. That's why we didn't see that. Okay. So somebody probably told me because they saw the show. I bet. Okay. Thanks. I'm trying to find where it was because it's gonna drive me nuts. Okay. Thanks for letting me know. Thank you. Mel's reporterson behind the, yeah, look at him. Anyway, guys, well, I guess, like I said, I don't know if I'm gonna go live tomorrow. Like I said yesterday, I said I was gonna take off. I'm gonna take off and I couldn't. So who knows? Maybe I won't be able to help myself and I'll go live. If not tomorrow, for sure the next day. I just continue reading those. Yeah. Yipper-doo-dee-bee. Hey, Maggie Brooks from Florida. Got so you're here. Hey, sweet Melissa. Well, yeah, I mean, I'm covering it whenever it comes on. Oh, yeah. So I keep saying, don't know if I'll take off tomorrow. For sure, though. If Shonda, yeah, I'll for sure. If she does the hearing, I got to cover that. I keep forgetting about that. I'll double check. I don't even know what time though, so I don't even know what to look as far as if to see if it's live. But I'll look because I definitely want to see that. I should do a thumbnail, get a thumbnail ready so that when it happens, I can hurry up and just go live. I'm wondering, do you think it's going to be live stream? What if they don't even have a video? It might not even have a video. They might just do one of those news report. Oh, she went to jail or she had a court hearing. I don't know if it'll be televised, but let me see something. Hold on. Oh, look. There's you guys, look.
Hey guys, thanks.
Shoot. Now a lot of people left, but look what we could watch. It looks like I should end it though, but look at this real quick. Bryan Etten does has Kaylee's sister on there after
Thanks
this.
for checking out my new YouTube channel. Please click and subscribe. Really, really appreciate it. I just sat down with Kaylee Gonzalez's sister, Olivia. I guess now less than 24 hours after she gave that just unbelievable victim impact
real
statement.
quick, I'll be right back.
I don't even know if there's words to describe it and what she did when she came face to face, eye to eye. I mean, eye to eye with Bryan Kohberger. So we just talked about it all, about what that felt like, about what she wanted out of it, about what happens next for her and her family. So check out the full interview. It was like so moving what everybody said yesterday, but your victim impact statement was, I mean, there's just no words. What did that feel like?
So I have to be honest, I was rewriting my entire script in the pews waiting to get up there, because everything before, my dad, I would say, was so heartfelt, was so emotional, and was so true to the victims. And I had so many doubts in my mind because I knew my speech wasn't that. And before walking in, you feel confident. But when you see something that's so moving and so like emotionally engaging in a capacity, I had doubts. I was like, I'm doing them a disservice. I have to change this. So there was a lot of nerves. But then I think, and I have to give this to my dad, when he got up there and just moved that podium, something in that courtroom shifted. And I feel like my dad spread his wings so that I could fly. And I basically said, screw it. You felt confident in this. You've worked hard on this. You're going to get up there and you're going to do this. By then I had rewritten everything. So a lot of it, I just had to go off of memory, what I had memorized. So a lot I unfortunately left out, or maybe fortunately, because it was already very long. But it was really, really nerve-wracking for me up until the moment my dad got up there and did what he did. I don't think I would have been able to do that without him going before me.
Yeah, I immediately noticed him move the podium, and I think it was just almost instinctual. Like,
I think that it genuinely was, that raw moment of just being like, I'm going to face you face to face. There's not a middleman here. There's not, and I don't even want to say man to man, because I truly don't feel like I could get into that, but he's not human. I can't describe that any better, but I don't think he planned to move that. I think that it was just something that for him gave him power, and it gave a lot of power to that courtroom. And I was really, really proud of him for doing something that was so true to him. It was such like a dad move for me, where I'm like, that's my dad.
yeah.
And I'll remember that forever.
And you've been in the same room as Bryan Kohberger before. I think, has it been more than once? I remember in Moscow.
Yeah, I've been there a few times.
Yeah.
I don't know how many, maybe 4 or 5.
Okay.
On 4 or 5 occasions.
But this was so different because you were standing up and you were in front of him, like locking eyes. He was looking at you too.
Yeah.
For the entire thing, pretty much.
Yeah.
So what did you see? Like, I've never been able to see him that way.
Yeah, I've never seen him in that capacity either. Even in times that I've been in the courtroom with him or watching like the live stream, I purposefully avoid, not because of like a fear or anything, just because I don't feel like he deserves it, right? Like, I try not to focus my time on this individual. But my speech wasn't to Kaylee and Maddie, it was for them. And if Kaylee and Maddie had been here today, it was something that I feel like would have rung true to them. So I wanted to maintain that eye contact as much as I possibly could. And when I tell you, there's not a human there, right? I'm not scared of this individual. I'm not intimidated by him. Truly, I'm not. But when I tell you, there's a primal sense of alarms. Like, my body was telling me, run, get out. This is a threat. This is not a human capacity. I can't explain to you, like, it wasn't an animal. It wasn't like, the best description I can give you is like if I had come face to face with an alien, because back behind there, there's no human being. There's no humanity. I don't know if you've seen Gerald's Game, and I don't even know if I should bring this up, but the Moonlight Man, it genuinely felt like that. Like, this is a creature that my body doesn't recognize. And that fear was almost like an instinctual panic. So to fight that down, and to try to like tell yourself like, you're okay. Like, you're here for a purpose and we're going to do this purpose, but you're okay, was something that I didn't anticipate. You think it's just a human being, and I'm not scared of human beings, but he is not that. When I tell you that raw anger and that raw rage in his eyes was something that I don't have the words, but it was not human.
Did he show anything? Did he show any acknowledgement of what you were saying?
I think it's difficult for me to view that because I think that that would be more of like a looking back in hindsight type deal. But for me, it was just one-on-one. Like, and I was ready to stand on business, right? Like I was there. There was nothing that was going to make me back down from that moment. And all I felt was rage. Almost from the very, very beginning, all I felt was rage. At one point in my speech, when I'm speaking more to how I'm trying to say this was an impact statement, I'm more so directed towards the judge, and I turn my body in that direction. And I could feel that specific stare the entire time. It was unrelenting. And all I remember feeling really was like, this guy's pissed. Like, this is anger like I've never experienced firsthand before.
I think you showed him and the other family members too that you had the power. I think that was clear.
My whole purpose of that speech was taking back this power and giving it back to Kaylee and Maddie, Xana and Ethan as well. But for me and my personal connection to Kaylee and Maddie as my sisters, I wanted to give them the hero moment that I truly feel like they deserve. Throughout this whole process, he has controlled so much of the narrative, and it's been focused around him, his name, his actions. And I understand it. But in my shoes, it pisses me off at times because you see Idaho students, University of Idaho students, his name victims, or just the headline of his name. And it's so frustrating because it's like, they have names. Kaylee Gonzalez, Madison Mogan, Xana Kernodle, Ethan Chapin. Say it. You know, you take the time to say his name. Say theirs. I understand it's 4. I understand it takes a second. But you owe them that. So for me, it was about taking back that control from him, best that I could, getting under his skin as best as I psychologically could with my limited understanding of what he is, and giving it back to the victims the best that I could. And it was all genuine. It was all incredibly true. Everything that I've said, that I did say, I think was accurate to who he is, who they were. And I truly do believe Kaylee would have kicked his ass.
Yeah, when you said sit up straight when I talked to you, I was just like, damn.
I know it's corny, but
No,
for
it wasn't
me,
corny.
like, I needed power moments for myself to say, you know, okay, it's time to transition to this next part. To say, you know, and that was right before I was going into those questions. And I really was tossing with myself back and forth on giving his questions any more notice, right? But I stuck with it, and I did do that. But I needed that power moment to be like, all right, we're amping up in this statement, Olivia. You know, we've kind of touched on where we're going. This is the turning point. And I knew that tail end was harsh. So I needed minutes in there that were super corny, super cheesy, but I needed it for me.
Did you want him to speak? Were you frustrated that he didn't speak? Did it really matter at that point?
I don't think it really matters, to be honest. I thought it was funny that he respectfully declines, as if he's still so desperate for that approval from an authority figure. But it really didn't bother me, and it definitely wasn't unexpected. I think anything he would have said would have been fake, disingenuous, a lie, or dug his grave further.
Yeah. How are you and your parents doing? I mean, I was just trying to imagine, like, you all were at Airbnb last night, and your parents and you always come across so strong.
Mm-hmm.
That's sort of the way we know you guys, you know. But what was it like when you all left?
I think leaving, we all felt really proud of ourselves that we definitely had different kinds of statements than I think that you would typically see. And we stayed true to us, and we did it, you know, and maybe we had certain regrets about them. I know that I definitely did. But it was a huge, almost immediate sense of relief, of being like, this chapter's over. Like, we don't have to come back here. We don't have to go into a courtroom again. We don't have, like, we put all our cards on the table. You know, we gave it our all. And I think that last night, despite the circumstances for being here and despite it being the sentencing, we did good last night at home. You know, we didn't have any, you know, sad, weepy moments. And normally we do. Normally it's kind of a, you know, go back home, lick our wounds. It was good. It was good. And we did get a lot of support, and that definitely helped, and probably is a huge attribute to why we were able to kind of stay elevated for a minute. But yeah, last night, believe it or not, last night was a good night for us.
I just happened to be sitting near you, behind you guys, and near all the families. And it really felt like a united front. It felt like, and it was so much stronger than him. Did you get, I mean, you know what I mean? Kind of almost like an army versus like a weak person.
Yeah.
That feeling really came across.
Yeah.
In the courtroom. It wasn't like I mean, it was sad, but it wasn't like all these sad people.
Yeah.
It felt more strong.
Yeah. I think that everyone stayed true to exactly who they were and what they needed to do. And it makes me so proud of every single person who got up there and had the courage to say what they did, because it was a lot to walk up to that stand and speak into the mic. And I think I can't even describe it, but walking into the courtroom, walking out, somehow throughout these speeches, little by little, it all came together to be at the end, like, yes, like, you know, even someone that I hadn't met, but, you know, was, you know, a cousin of Xana, like, I'm like, come here, give me a hug, Bobby. Like, you know, it was this truly united front that was, you know, it felt invincible. It felt impenetrable to be like, we did that, you know, and we have something to be proud of. And I think part of that's just because we've had to be so quiet for so long. And I don't mean talking to the media. Obviously, you know, we've spoken to the media probably more than we should have. But I mean, to feel like our words were heard, they were understood, and they were true to us. And in a capacity that had maybe the impact that we wanted it to. Maybe it didn't. Maybe, you know, everything that I said fell on deaf ears to the defendant. That's fine. It was a gamble I was willing to take. But I think what everyone said mattered. I think it was felt. And I do think that it had an impact, maybe not in the traditional sense of what a victim's impact speech typically is, but I don't think that we were delivering our victim impact speeches in the typical.
Said before the hearing to me about wanting all the information before, it didn't make as much sense to me until I was there, and then I heard the information that came out after that you already knew. Mm-hmm. And it really then made sense of why you, if you're going to have this honest moment and you only get one chance at it, it made sense to me why you would want to know those awful details.
Yeah, my speech was the best that I could, and I'm not a psychologist. I don't have, you know, anything in that. It was me trying to dismantle an ego the best way that I knew how, with as many weak spots as I could find. So for me, knowing all of the information was twofold. One, it was so that his actions could no longer be used against me, so that I knew that there were no more blows coming, no more low blows that I had to swallow after this. And the second step there was, yes, understanding this monster as much as I could. because honestly, online, there's very little of him. I found, Quora account, which is like a forum. He answered a few questions. He never asked a question, of course, because he has all the answers, but he answered some questions. There was an old school Tapatalk account. There was his Spotify. And then, obviously just what we had heard through the grapevine from people who had kind of known him by association. So I'm trying to take as much information about this individual as I can to make a very pointed, direct attack that's tailored to him to the best of my ability. So I wanted as much information as I could so that I could, leave no stone unturned. Maybe the rap crew really does embarrass you. I don't know. Maybe you're really proud of it, but I'm not leaving it unturned.
Yeah. Again, we were able to get, I think it was like 250 pages so far of documents, stuff, a lot that you found out, I think, the day before.
Yeah, we asked very directed, pointed questions. We sent them over the night before.
Yeah.
Just to kind of try to streamline things, allow them to come prepared. There wasn't a whole lot of open discussion. So a lot of stuff that I've seen come out of the docs, the stuff that maybe we didn't know, but they weren't our burning questions, if I could say. Maybe they'll now lead to some burning questions. I don't know. But yeah, some of that information we did find out that Monday before.
I mean, it's worse than imagined in some ways.
Yeah. Monday was really hard because we finally heard specific details on what had happened to Kaylee. We never got a copy of her autopsy before this. We actually just got a copy yesterday. Do you want me to stop?
No, you're good.
Okay.
You're good.
And so we had her death certificate, which just lists causes of death. And then I think there was some secondary information there. And then a brief phone call that we had with the coroner on November 17th. And I had kind of scribbled notes as we were having that conversation. So we have literally a picture of my scribbled handwritten notes and Kaylee's death certificate, and trickles in. And some of it is true and some of it's not true, but you don't know what part's true and what's not true. So Monday was really, really hard to hear a lot regarding, the specifics of what had happened. And not that we didn't know, but just hearing how hard Kaylee really did fight.
Yeah, it's a lot, and also learning at the press conference yesterday, how little they know about, I guess I was wondering all along, is there going to be more secret information, and there really isn't that much more. It doesn't seem like, in terms of motive, or they say that they don't know why that house, they don't know why, who the target was. Is that hard? I mean, there's certainly no question that he did it now, but it just in terms of the why.
It's a little hard, and not because of the why, but it is difficult in some capacity to deal with the lack of as an answer. I will say, though, the police officers and the investigators are so extensively thorough. And I don't think that they would get up there and give their opinions. And I don't think that they would get up there and even give, educated guesses based off of other circumstantial evidence if they don't have hard evidence itself. So I think, and, maybe it's juvenile, but reading through all of that documentation, I think that we will get a lot of answers that maybe asked just directly seemingly have no answer, because it's not having to be proven in a court of law anymore.
Yeah.
And I think that, if I was forced to explain how 2 + 2 = 4, but I can't give you, a specific evidentiary, legally binding basis of that, it might, I might not be able to do that. Is that making sense?
It is, yeah. Even with the WSU stuff, we had reported and talked to students who said that they had issues with him, women, but even now to see that in writing, some of that stuff just backs up things we had already heard.
Yeah. And I think I have not been able to access the site because the site is continually crashing. So I literally have not been able to get on the site and download these documents myself. So I'm just looking at screenshots that others are sharing at this point. But from that, you can see, you know, some of these tips that were turned in after he had been arrested. And I don't think all of the tips were necessarily corroborated, or, you know, maybe they could have been, but they weren't, because it wasn't, you know, a substantial enough lead or didn't have enough, you know, of a meaty presence. But they're all little bits that add to our understanding of how this happened. And I think we will be able to answer a lot of the questions for ourselves, even with that lack of, because the lack of can be an answer.
You know, I think we all wondered, was there some kind of social media connection? But at the same time, he was so thorough in wiping his devices. There may have just been something that we don't know.
Yeah, I think my understanding is that the use of his VPNs was very extensive. So obviously you don't want to dig up a hole that's been so dug through and try to force something to fit that's just simply not there. But like I said, like, I think sometimes the lack of is telling, where what we have is during hours that there was no business being in the neighborhood, unless you lived in the neighborhood or knew someone in the neighborhood, which clearly he didn't. There's no alibi there. On 23 occasions, at least, that his phone was on and with him for that time, he's over there. So you kind of have to ask yourself, why? You know, and while I do think that, yes, his cover-up in some capacity worked, it's odd because some of the other stuff he did was so dumb. He purchased a gift card for $120, turned right around, purchased the K-bar knife with the sheath, the sharpener, and vegan supplements immediately. But purchased the gift card on his debit card, then used the gift card on his parents' Amazon account, which seems so dumb, knowing what you're going to do with this weapon, right? And then on top of that, he Googles, and doesn't do this on a VPN, how to delete his Amazon purchase history, which seems so ignorant, right? So it's kind of difficult to understand how he made his choices, what he thought was not a big deal versus what he thought was a big deal, something that should be wiped or, you know, done in, you know, a secret VPN tunnel or whatever you want to call it. But I don't think it's out of the question to, you know, make an inference to say, found him somewhere. Their Instagrams weren't private. We know that he hid his online behavior. We have proof of that. So is it that big of a jump to maybe consider this? I don't know. I think it's an individual question.
Yeah, I think a lot of these questions we're just always going to have too.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. For me, I don't really have any question. I think that, yes, it's very obvious that this wasn't random. He wasn't randomly just driving around houses, their specific neighborhood, on 23 different occasions, specifically drove by their house, you know, 3, almost 4 times that night, and then just randomly went into, I think that that's out of the question, considering what we do know about him, that he did try to be methodical, and he did try to be, or have a plan. So I think that if you consider that, he probably wanted the crime to seem random or to be automatically associated to, you know, a known associate of one of the kids, because typically that's who is responsible for something like this. So I think that he absolutely knew who, you know, at least one of them were, either through, you know, face-to-face surveillance, being out the home, or, you know, some sort of online inference into their social media, or, you know, a mixture of the two.
You're in this weird moment where you have the attention of like the world. The case does, your sister does. You know, I mean, I know it's weird, but people are very invested in this.
Yeah, they've changed
in
a
this
lot
case.
of lives.
Yeah. And you've made the point, which is such a good point, of like, we should just move on from talking about him. And obviously, it's the day after the sentencing. You still kind of have to a little, but like, what do you think Kaylee would want in this moment? Like, what would she want people to do with this energy that has been created and this interest? Like, how can people remember? You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a really good question.
And it might
And
be
it's
too
hard
soon
to
to really
answer.
know, but
Yeah, I mean, I reserve my right to evolve,
yeah.
but right now, I think Kaylee would be really happy and really proud of everyone who takes this as an opportunity to, gain confidence and to, maybe find their voice a little bit, or, and I don't even mean in the court systems, it could be something as simple as, standing up to your bully, and I know that seems small comparative to murder and violence like this, but it's not. That's such like a life-changing situation for so many people. And I think that she would be really proud and really happy to know that her life made a difference in empowering people to be a stronger or more confident version of themselves. And I know that Maddie would feel the same way in regards to, being kind, being empathetic, and showing up authentically every day, because who you are is so specific to you. It has, you are the only you. And I know that's so cheesy, but it truly is how I feel about the girls, is they were so authentically them. They were so kind, they were so bright, and they were so confident. So for their story to be able to change lives, to be, to pick an attribute of them, to, channel a little bit, I know it would make them so proud.
Yeah, I think that's how it's going to make a difference too.
Yeah, just because here's the thing, I know that we all want to prevent crimes like this in the future. I want it more than anyone else, right? But what could have been different? I've asked myself so many times, what could have saved them? And the answer isn't a blanket statement. We can't say, well, don't drink and drive. We can't say, well, we need stricter laws on the purchase of K-bars. We can't, it's not simple like that. So as much as I want to prevent this, I think the best way, or, maybe just the takeaway from this, isn't so focused around that, but it's more about, seriously, like, live your life to the absolute fullest and be a good friend, be a good sister, a good wife, a good, girl, not that they were wives, but be you as authentically as possible, because life is way too short to have regrets at the end. And unfortunately, you don't know when that end is going to hit you.
Yeah. And just my last thing, I mean, do you go back to California? I mean, kind of based on what you just said, like, I don't know, do you go back different after this? I mean, do you go back, you've got kids, is this sort of a new chapter now, or?
Yeah, I definitely felt a levity after yesterday. Like, as soon as I was able to sit back down, and I didn't anticipate this either, but I felt so much better. I felt like 1,000 pounds lighter. And for me, this next chapter is more so about accepting what has happened, getting as full of a story as I can understand with all of the evidence that's, going to come out, and then opening up that capacity that's been so taken by this to do more things in my life for my husband, for my kids, and for Kaylee and Maddie, and even Xana and Ethan. I feel like every single day I've worked so hard at this in some capacity. sometimes I was fighting myself. Sometimes I was, supporting my dad or fighting, and to be able to know that that's not what tomorrow looks like, or the next day, or the next day, and that there is an end to this chapter is something that, it's strange to say I look forward to, but I do look forward to having that capacity for other things in my life that can be more forward focused and can be more positive, and will never, ever, ever not include honoring and remembering every single day Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, and Ethan.
Great. Thank you so much. Yeah,
Thanks.
thank you. That was really powerful. I just want to thank Olivia and the rest of her family, and really all of the families. Olivia specifically has really been open and vulnerable with me, and I look at that really as such a privilege to be able to tell their stories in light of everything that's happened. And I know, after being at that sentencing yesterday and feeling that energy that I talked about in the interview from those families, that they're all going to be okay, and they're going to do amazing things now and turn this tragedy into something good. So thank you guys for watching. Thank you for subscribing, and I'll see you guys later.
Wow. Good. All right, guys, I'm gonna go. I will see ya tomorrow, maybe. Like I said, I keep forgetting the Shonda. Hold on, let me see. Do I have a time? Let me see if I can find a time for that. Hold on. But that's the thing. Even if I find a time that it's happening, I'm not convinced that it's gonna be live streamed, though, right? So I don't want to like put up a reminder for that time when it might not be till like 8, 9 where they do a clip of it. I hope it's the whole thing. See her freaking face with that little. Remember how she did that little? She would do that little twitch thing with her mouth. It was so annoying. Like, ugh. Like I don't know. Hold on a second. Let me see. Okay, where's Michigan? No, C. I put in the wrong letter. Let's see if I could find out. Hold on. So what court? I want to see real quick if I could just look her up, but then I will look up. At least I guess I can see what time it starts, and then I can be on the lookout at that time. But I'm looking her up real quick. Let me just see what it says. Date of tenants. I mean, well, I'll let you know, I guess, guys. If I find out, I'll do a community post. If I just to kind of look out for that time. Okay, bye, guys.